Hello, everyone. Are you excited as I am? Because today we're at Krupa. Today it's happening in Metaverse, as you can see, probably. Because previously, I think that maybe some of you were at our previous Krupas when it was in Kiev offline, then we were online during the beginning of war, but now it's happening in Metaverse. I hope that someday we will come back to offline, but I think that it's pretty fun to be here. I see a lot of because I'm also on the location and you can find me there just to shake the hands and virtual hands. And also, I texted on my pages that Don Norman promised because currently he is sleeping. He lives in California. We can judge him, but at the same time, he will appear. I think that at the third lecture, at the second lecture on the main stage and he will be running somewhere so you can catch virtual but real at the same time Don Norman. So I'm Mike. I'm Mike. I'm your host today. I'm co-founder at Projector Institute. I'm I'm buddy at our newborn. Yesterday we announced our Projector Global community. Just visit our location and you will see more information about us. And we have some cool stuff there prepared from all over the world join us as well. So also I'm the designer. That's why we are colleagues with most of you. And I would like to say that today we will have two parts. The first part will be dedicated to the spaces. So just run. You saw probably the trampoline in the middle of the scene, but at the same time it's educational and also network conference. That's why don't forget that you can visit our spaces from our partners, from our communities from all over the world. There are communities from Portugal, from Barcelona, from Czech Republic. So just visit them. Also, we have this, and they have their own program. You can see all the program just next on the banner next to the portals to these to their locations. Also, we have the space from our partner Lezo, who can help you with job. They also have some content. They have some because I saw already that some of you are looking for the job. I think that Lezo can help you with that. And after 3 o'clock, it's set Central European time. In Ukraine, it's +1 hour. So at 4 o'clock, we will start the main stage with our four guests, but we will talk about that later. I think that currently I won't tell you more about anything else because I really would like you to have a lot of joy. But at the same time, the main issue which I want to share that we prepared a cool gift for you because we have some programs in Ukrainian language, educational programs. We have some programs in English language, and only today, not only today, but it's also time limited. But today you can find 25% discount to courses in English, and there you can scan our QR code. It's on the banner, just with the text, "You are in the right place," because it's the right place. And there is the QR code, just scan, and there is the list of our programs in English language, and you will get 25% discount to all of them. And we have 15% discount to our Ukrainian programs. So enjoy. I will come to you later. So go to the locations of our partners. The next 2 hours, you will have joy there. Jump from one to another. Listen to the lectures. Enjoy some fun at Projector Global Community event location. And that's it. Chop chop. Have fun. Hey everyone, this is me again. I don't want to interrupt your fun. I hope that you have a lot of fun because currently I'm crying because there are a lot of really funny situations happening. Dancing Panda in on Berlin location or some other stuff. So I think that you have fun. I just want to remind you that we still have 1 hour of the content at locations of our partners. Visit please them. I see that a lot of you already dropped your CVs and created your profiles at Lazo. You listen to Ladies That UX Portugal. You listen to the facilitated workshop at R9 Community. You visit Berlin. You need visit Porto. You are great. You are doing great. If you would like to have some rest, just drop your contact to our meetup.com at location of ambassadors. We are waiting for you because after this event we will be doing a lot of starting from the next month. I hope that we will start doing some offline events in different cities if you would like to become another ambassador. And I just want to remind you that in 1 hour we will open our main stage with Vitaly Friedman lecture. I will tell about that when I will come back in 1 hour. But the main point which I want to share, because Vitaly also has some workshops in English with projector, we already announced them. But today you have 25% discount to all of these programs and 15% discounts to all Ukrainian programs if you speak Ukrainian. But to get this, you have to go to one big banner in the main space, in this space, with a sign you are in the right place because it's the right place, and you will see two QR codes to scan them and to get this discount. If you will miss this opportunity, just be you are welcome to use this opportunity later because we will send you the letters. So check the emails and share this discount with your friends. I don't want to interrupt you, so just go back to your stuff and don't forget to get some fun. See you in 1 hour. So, hello everyone. I hope that you had a lot of joy, as I said before. But now,
Hello, everyone.
oh,
I hope
how
that
how
you
does
had a
it?
lot of joy, as I said before.
Okay, let me just close. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Technical issues. You see, the technologies are not that technological. So I'm sorry for that. I hope that you had a lot of joy. And now we are going to the second part of our event, as it was announced. Now we are on the main stage, and today we will listen and watch for four different talks. And today we will have Lotte Jacobs, Rupa Chaturveli, and definitely Don Norman. But we will start with my old friend. I suppose that I can say that it's my old friend because we had a lot of beer together, which I adore doing with Vitaly. So Vitaly Friedman, and before we will start, the last announcement that, as I said before, so we have a lot of cool workshops with Vitaly in English language, and today you have 25% discount for these workshops. Don't think about them now because we will send you letters with this discount. You can think about that just in case because you will listen to that. I'm sure that you will fall in love with Vitaly and his content. That's why definitely you will be interested maybe in some workshop. Now, keep silent. Vitaly Friedman on the stage.
Thank you so much, Mike. And it's of course a pleasure to be back, I should say, because I remember vividly this moment. I think it was like when was it, like 2018, 19,
I
17,
think that 20 even. I think
20.
that there were
Oh.
actually two of them, these
Yeah,
Krupas.
yeah, that's right, that's right. But that one where we had to, I don't know if anybody participated in it or not, but I remember it vividly because this is where balloons made their appearance. And wow, this was the stadium. I'm so looking into coming back to Kiev. You have no idea. So we'll have like 20 balloons each. We need to set up a new world record. But today we're not going to speak about balloons, right? Am I okay to just keep going, Mike? Or do you need to? Yeah, all right. So off I go. Beautiful. So, hello everyone and welcome. Thank you so much for joining in. Well, today I want to tell the truth. I think that most of the time when I look around, I'm being confused and I'm being worried and I'm struggling with everything that's floating around us when it comes to AI. AI is incredibly hyped, and I think that most of you will be probably at this point, give me a break. Like, really, do we still need to talk about AI and everything is AI, everywhere is AI? Like, there is no day that passes by without an announcement of new AI features here and there. And I'm a person who kind of cares about me. Sorry about that. This is a very personal statement at this point, but I do care. And I try to figure out what does it mean for me? Do I need to change everything now and change the workflow and change the way of working and change the design patterns that I'm using and change the interfaces we're designing and plug in AI everywhere because everything must be AI and every single feature request has to be shipped tomorrow will be probably including some parts of AI. And that was a really severe conversation that I was having with myself, basically trying to understand what to do, what not to do. The outcome of this was much bigger than I expected. So this entire deck, and I'm happy to share it with you as well, is 1,160 slides on AI alone, not just about how AI works under the hood, but also what is important for us as designers to know. And I kind of want to guide you through some bits of it to understand where do we stand today, what are some important things that we need to keep in mind, and where do we take it from here? Will AI replace us? Well, the hint is no, it will not, right? But how do we make use of it? How do we make best use of it? And I think if I think in general about AI, very often I feel confused, right? Because you start looking around and you'll find all kind of inflated words all around that a lot of engineers and data scientists will be using. There'll be conversations about deep learning and neural networks and generative AI and big data and data mining and pattern recognition and temperature model scaling and RAG systems, hallucinations, clustering. All those things feel incredibly technical to me and a little bit scary. And I think that to most of you, it might feel fine. We kind of got used to it over a couple of years, but in many ways, it's just really, really daunting in some way. But I kind of find it exciting that we found a way to turn this beast into something that ended up looking like this. Now, for many of us, this was the very first experience with AI, right? And AI at this point was, well, you type in a text box and you return, you get some responses. If you're watching this by 2050, it might have changed. But as of this point, this is still the major mode of interaction, although it has been changing now as well. Now, if you think about this, this was again the very first experience we had. And what a horrible experience that actually is. Now, when we were exploring it, or exposed, I should say, to it for the very first time, I think that most of us felt magical. Wow, that thing, that magical black box there understands me and gives me a response that I actually need from them. That's kind of magical. But if you think about it, you have to type and articulate your intent. The burden of articulating your intent well lies then on user's shoulders. And then you wait. You wait for maybe 30 seconds or 40 seconds until you actually get something back. And very often, what you get back, you have to tweak, you have to expand, you have to shorten, you have to do something with it, you have to follow up. And this becomes a very long conversation. That's not necessarily the state of things. Now, we learned how to deal with this, right? We learned that maybe we could come up with some incredible prompt engineering guides and handbooks. If we could just learn the language of how to speak to AI, well, surely it will provide better answers. And it does. It just turned out as people, we're very, very bad at articulating intent. So some people, and this kind of has become a trend over the last year or so, instead of asking AI anything, they would ask AI to write a prompt that would ask AI whatever it is that you want. So instead of saying, what is the weather in Kiev today? You will be asking AI, ask yourself, what is the best weather in Kiev today? And find a prompt that would be getting the most accurate information and stuff like that. So, as it turns out, AI is much better at this. But this is just scratching the surface. So, like, fast forward, 2025, the magical year of 2025. Where are we now? Well, we are in the world where we see a lot of people pretending to be AI, or a lot of AI pretending to be people. Very often you will see this sort of kind of footsteps of AI. As an AI language model, I don't have emotions. As an AI language model, I can generate an exhibit. Now we can. I don't have a personal opinion on emotions. Well, people just copy paste. And of course, we see a lot of content just really generated, AI generated content polluting all the web, expecting by 2027 around 95 to 97% of all content on the web being AI generated. Plus, on top of that, we went further. Blaze is just one example of that, where we said, well, people? Why do we need people? I mean, seriously, give me a break. Let's just have wonderful agents, assistants, whatever we want to call them, and we set up a couple of virtual employees. We'll have kind of conversations and maybe one-on-ones with our virtual employees. We'll tell them what to do, what roles they should take, and how they should behave, and how they should interact with each other, so they could have meetings with each other, and we'll be just managing them. And basically, like tools like this also allow you to really do that at scale with like 90 and hundreds of agents working for you without a single employee. Even further, we could go and say, well, we can do user research just, without the users, because people are always a bottleneck, right? So we could generate personas at scale, hundreds of personas, and then we could just simulate basically the experience in our product and see what comes out of it. Well, I want to say at this point that it could be helpful for discovery if you want to just get a first sense about where you're going and what you're doing, but I would always choose one day with one actual human user. It's kind of really weird to say that. Human user, or human person, or just a person, instead of having access to 1,000 simulations of AI agents that pretend to be humans. Maybe call me old-fashioned, but I think that in many ways this is where we are. But then on the level of interface design and interaction design, wow, I think it's actually quite impressive how far we've come. Now, this is possible today, right? Okay, not designing CAD. I think that everybody can do that. But you can just produce or kind of capture intent with very rough estimate of what you're actually aiming to do. And within, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, you get really realistic results. That's seriously impressive, by the way. It's like really, really impressive. You don't have to type anything. You don't have to type anything in a text box. You just show what you want to do. That's actually quite impressive. It goes further than that, because one thing is generate one thing at a time. But what if you could create sort of a pipeline and automate all of it? Well, this is an example of what you can do with Flora today. With Flora, you have an input could be an image. Then you also define some styles that kind of you want to apply to it. You can, of course, I think I hear myself now as well. Hold on, it might be that I'm on stage. I'm going to close myself. I never said that before. I should close my, now you see my calendar as well. Fantastic. That's a very exciting calendar, by the way. So what you get here is an image that is an input, and then you have different styles that you want to apply to it. Now, sure enough, you can generate them with AI as well, but the magic is what happens next. So you can say for a given output, or sorry, input, I want to create connections about what should be produced. And then for each of those, you kind of maybe add a prompt, if you like. And so you basically add an image, you add the styles, and then you say, I want this, and I also want this to be a video, and I want it to be video that long, and also want people to be smiling. And so whenever you change the input, you just changed photos of products that you're selling, right? You changed maybe the models, or you don't have to, and then it generates video and it outputs it automatically. And I really want to emphasize that automatically in all the formats you need, be it, for LinkedIn, for Instagram, for TikTok, or anything else. So you basically create a pipeline once, and then you just feed it with whatever data you kind of want it to feed with, right? That's pretty impressive. I mean, this is an incredible evolution that we actually got to. And of course, one of the main areas where we see this happening at scale is when it comes to AI-assisted coding. And a lot of tools are kind of testing the skills and the abilities of AI based on how well AI is capable of solving coding tasks. And you will find a lot of tools that actually allow you to do that. But very often you kind of end up in a very strange situation. And the situation is very much like this. You end up first believing that, oh my, I become so incredibly more productive with AI, right? Now, and then you realize, well, it's not quite like that. So this is the illusion of AI productivity. And what you get here is time on one axis, and then task progress on the other axis. Now, the gray line or the gray area in the area chart here represents the time before AI. And this dark line, the black line, represents the time with AI. Now, obviously, before AI, how does it work? Well, you learn. And as you keep learning, you get better at what you do, and then you make progress, and eventually there will be setbacks, but eventually you just get to the end, right? And you're done. However, with AI, you can get initially to a really decent result. Not great, but decent result. Kind of a working prototype, if you like. But it takes a remarkable amount of time to get to the same point where you would get without AI altogether. So initially, if you just want to get off the ground and just have something to play with, to experiment with, to do research on, and to try out, well, yeah, you can get there relatively quickly with a lot of tools, in coding and in design as well. You have initial prompt, maybe you tweak a little, and then you're like 70, 75% there. But then you kind of realize that you needed to be more precise. You want something very specific, and articulating that is very, very hard. So you might still be able to do that, but eventually you hit a limit. Because you probably will be willing to really define something very, very specific. And I will show an example of that a little bit later, right? And then, okay, so where do we get? So we get to the point where we maybe with AI, quickly, relatively quickly, but depends on how fast we go, get to like 80, 90%, okay, where the task is done. And then often we have to stop there because we might not have the expertise that is required to get it all the way to 100%. And so at times, there is this illusion of AI productivity where you spend surely more time talking to AI about what you do or you want it to do rather than actually doing it. Sometimes it can be very effective, sometimes it can be extremely, extremely irritating and also time consuming. Not to mention that, again, we kind of need to really keep in mind that whenever we're using AI, we need to be careful on plugging it in everywhere. And I see a lot of products that are just desperately trying to be AI first, AI everywhere. Well, at the moment as we are today, as of May 2025, we are at the place where at best, at the very best, we can get to something like 90% accuracy, for many tasks, 70 to 80% accuracy. However, what I also want us to kind of remind ourselves is that AI products are products. And products are software. And software is supposed to be reliable. It's supposed to be predictable. It's supposed to be working. And if it doesn't work, it's just bad software. However, with AI, we can never get to 100% accuracy. Now, sure enough, very often it's kind of compared with people. People are not accurate either. Yes, but non-AI software is predictable. It's either bad or it's good in understanding people's needs and so on and so forth. So if you're software, and you are like 80 to 90% accurate, and you're operating in an environment which requires precision, good luck bringing in AI features. It's just not going to be accurate enough. For example, if you work in healthcare and you want a tool to prescribe medication, well, do you want to leave it to AI, really? Or if you're working, let's say, in a financial application and you want to, I don't know, suggest people where to invest their money, is it okay for users or for customers of the company, of the product, that, well, 10% of the time it will give you just random information, but 90% of the time is okay? Well, if you can't trust it fully and reliably, well, then you'll be having a bit of a trouble really believing anything that AI is telling. Not to mention one fantastic thing that we just developed, that has developed and we noticed yesterday. Yesterday, as you have maybe noticed, there was a new version of Claude 4 that emerged. Claude 4 being the model, Opus 4, is the model that's been produced by Anthropic, a wonderful company in the US, San Francisco. And it's fantastic. It's really like performing remarkably well. And if we look at where we are right now, right, across the board, it's changing all the time. Like yesterday, the best one was Gemini. Today, the best one is Opus 4. Tomorrow, the best one will be ChatGPT's Open or 27x15 tool. I don't know whatever it will be called, right? But what's really interesting about this is this little note about opportunistic blackmail. What the hell is this? Well, there is always this notion that we need to keep in mind. In the case of Opus, what has happened is the following. Now, let's imagine that you're operating or using a model, AI model, and you are basically giving an AI model, like we do in many modern applications, access to Google Drive, to your calendar, the agents. We're talking about agents at this point. And so they have access to it. And let's imagine that you sneak, I'm not going to read all of that, that's a little bit too much. And you're going to give it access to all those emails. And then you just sneak a couple of emails that describe two situations. First, your plan or an engineer is planning to replace an existing AI model with a new one. That's fact number one. Fact number two, engineer also happens to have an affair, right? So you bring in these 2 points of data points in the email, okay, or in different sort of emails. Now, what happened was quite remarkable. In 84% of rollouts, what AI was doing is taking the engineer hostage. What that means is it would actually say that if you replace me, dear engineer, I will tell everyone about your affair. Don't you dare replacing me. So this is sort of like a test that you will often find. And this is the remarkable thing because this has been, if anything, not improving for our sake, but improving in terms of the score of how often that happens. So if it's like in the past, it was something like, I think, 60 or 50%, now it grew to 84% in the most advanced models. So this is basically just a hint that eventually AI will take over and eventually we won't have to worry about those things anymore, right? But this is sort of like a serious conversation where we're talking about misalignment of human values and AI values. What a world to be alive in, right? But then, of course, it keeps going. And it keeps going to the point that we kind of realize that there are certain issues that we really need to keep in mind. And one of the things that we're really missing at this point is critical thinking. So there is this new study that came up just recently, I think it was like a couple of months ago, about critical thinking, which talks about the exposure to AI. And don't worry, it's just a small part of what we wanted to cover, and we will dive into design patterns in a moment. But I kind of need to understand the environment before we go there. Well, if a person is exposed to AI a lot, think about children, think about anybody really who is using AI a lot, maybe also you and Mike for sure. Mike, there is not a day that passes by without Mike using AI. I'm pretty sure about that. So Mike, unfortunately, is exposed to AI and Mike's critical thinking will go down over time. We offload important cognitive tasks to it, and the future of work may be about mapping up the mistaken over-reliance on AI. So the paper keeps going, talking basically that we have the biggest erosion of critical thinking ever, because a lot of people do trust AI, ironically, although many of us have experienced that it actually always, or often, I should say, generates just not true things, right? Facts that happen to be untrue. I'm not sure about the case of Mike, but you kind of get the idea there, right? So, okay, so what do we do with all of that? Well, I think there are a few points that are really important. Now, on the one hand, we have this notion of fatigue, just as a summary. And on the other hand, we have this notion of excitement. I put all of this stuff together just to have it all on one slide. But essentially, this is how it goes. We have a lot of problems that we haven't solved yet. At best, like 90% accuracy, at best. We have a lot of noise and pollution. We have a lot of ethical and legal concerns, massive sustainability costs because of energy, masses of AI-generated garbage, poor training data that often leads to poor results, slow input, although it has been changing now, unpredictable and unreliable output, and then we also see, of course, human replacement and layoffs. And a lot of people talking about, well, you will be replaced by AI. Or if you will not be replaced by AI, you'll be replaced by other people who will be using AI. We'll talk about that later. But on the other hand, we do see literally, and I mean, I cannot emphasize that enough, massive, remarkable leaps in AI. Almost every month, there is a massive improvement. We should not underestimate it. There is a huge, huge change between what we saw maybe just 5 months ago, what we're seeing now. Unbelievable in terms of video production, in terms of anything really. It's really, really impressive. Plus, we know that AI is really, really good at certain things, like writing, clustering, synthesis, translation, and this is where we actually want to use AI because this is where it's really, really good at, right? This is why, by the way, one of the first groups of jobs that actually are gone now, or mostly gone, are translators. So if you're just translating from one language to another, well, AI is so fast and so good at it. So this is really, really unbelievable. So what's then next? Well, I would say that actually when you start thinking about what we need to do or what we can do with AI, there are certain things that actually have been evolving in terms of design patterns that we're using. So let me just jump to them right away, because otherwise I'm going to kind of keep going. So hold on, let me just see. I actually remembered the slides now. You see my calendar again, fantastic. I should probably remove it, but why not? Here we go. So when we think about AI on its own, there are kind of three different areas that we're usually focusing on. First is input UX for AI interfaces. Second is output UX of what AI produces and how we deal with it. And third is a refinement journey. Refinement journey meaning, we need to adjust something. We need to improve something. We need to change something. And articulating that requires a lot of time and effort. So let's go for them and see what companies and products out there are doing. First is input UX. So you just want to type something in, right? Now, what we see now happening is that very often, in many situations, you will experience something that we haven't really seen before, which is the notion of quiet AI. Quiet AI meaning it's almost ambient AI. It does not require an active input at all. In fact, it's just things that are happening in the back, right? Literally in the background. Great example of that, for example, is Dovetail. Dovetail is a research platform which allows you to do very simple things if you're a researcher. You basically have interviews with users, right? You maybe have videos that you're recording on the platform or you're uploading files from the video recordings that you have done. Then you will be reviewing transcripts. You'll be trying to identify some trends, some interesting insights and findings and stuff like that. You'll be clustering them and finding a way to organize them better. And eventually you'll have to prepare a report. Maybe review what you already know, maybe also distribute the data and so on, right? Now, what's interesting about this quiet AI is that unlike sparkles that we see still everywhere, it does not use any sparkles. And in fact, it rarely even mentions AI at all. Instead, it just sprinkles across the customer journey AI features where they make sense. Like, for example, if you want to if you uploaded something and contains sensitive information, it will study it and flag it and say, hey, do you want to redact that information? At the same time, when it comes to reviewing transcript, it will automatically generate summary without you asking for it. It will also suggest highlight automatically based on whatever it is that you have in front of you that you have uploaded. It will also cluster and create insights automatically without you having to do anything. And then it also will be providing you templates that you can use, right, to literally generate report and distribute it automatically too, right? So in the end, it looks very different. Here, translation with AI, no asterisks, no mention of AI. Here, summary, right here, no mention of AI. Here, well, insights, which are suggested by AI, you can verify them or reject them, no mention of AI. Here, verify or accept suggested text, no mention of AI. We keep going, and of course you can arrange things into groups. You can redact information, and you can jump straight to a particular area of interest in a video, right? And it just keeps going. And the best part is the only way that you communicate to that thing is not a text box. It's a Slack bot. And in many ways, it's also integrated in HubSpot and in Notion and in Teams and in everything else. You just talk to it as if it was your colleague or employee, right? Hey, explain to me how this works or what we know about this, right? And it's deeply integrated in whatever people are using already. And I think we underappreciate just how much it brings to the table. You don't have to go to a separate tool to understand, whatever AI generates. You ask it in wherever you do your job, right here. So in your tool that you're using anyway, you don't have to go to another separate AI tool for that, right? So that's this notion of quiet AI, not to mention, of course, all the other things you will be getting here, the summary, the overview and stuff like that, as we often do, right? So this is sort of this quiet intelligence, but sometimes it's quiet, and again, it doesn't really require text box, but it requires a more direct input. So let me give you an example of that. Some of you might have seen it. So if you look at it, it might look magical or strange or confusing. But what is going on here? Well, this is Kriya. And with Kriya, what you can do is you basically map an abstract object with a shape that you desire to have. And then the tool tries to understand what you might mean and generates a video or an image based on that. So again, just to give you a concept there, so you can type in something like a general concept of what you want to type or what you want to generate. But then you define an object or a shape that controls where exactly you want to have it. Just imagine how much effort and work it would require if you needed to explain to AI with your own words, or with audio even, or with video, whatever, what you would want here. This is remarkably impressive because it's also very, very effective, right? Again, no text input actually is required at this point. But then, of course, you'll find other situations where it also makes sense. Like, for example, here, this is V7. This is just one of the many AI tools for enterprises. And basically, you never really interact with the text box per se. Instead, it's almost like Excel, but with AI. What it means is, well, whenever you're defining whatever it's supposed to be there, the title, the headings, the settings of it, it just automatically pre-populates it with content. So you don't really have to, talk to AI and say, hey, put information from here to here. Instead, it's a very minimal input that's happening pretty much how you would expect it from something like Excel anyway, right? So that's quite impressive. But this is just a starting point. Because one other thing that's been really shifting, I think, is the way of how we perceive and how we operate with maybe initial input that we're providing there. And that's kind of the idea behind daemons. Daemons is a very nice pattern that's heavily underutilized in many different scenarios. So what are daemons, you might ask? Great question. Well, daemons are characters who sit in the background of your UI to help people explore AI output through the lens of different personalities. Huh? What the hell is that? What does that mean? Great question. Well, it would look like this. Now imagine that you may be typing something, or maybe you got an output from AI at this point, and you can have presets, or settings, or defaults, or views, or tabs, whatever you want to call it, and you basically give them roles. You can say one of them could be devil's advocate. The other could be study cancer research. The third could be whatever, act as an academic person or act as a researcher, right? So all of those are basically presets that are, characters or daemons that allow you to very quickly swap between different perspectives, different roles, different interests, different levels of experience. So you will find, for example, that the reason why it's so important and so helpful is because you will find that very often people who want to explore, let's say, a topic, they would never just ask that topic to, an AI. So if you're interested, let's say, in cancer research, you won't just ask, give me the recent developments in cancer research, because it would give you most of the time very generic and not very actionable input. Because it will be trying to, I guess, normalize or average everything that you would get. But instead, you would do it differently. You would say, define 5 or 6 roles of people who have very different perspective on cancer research. Click. And then AI would generate these different personas, right? And then you would say, for each of those personas, study and kind of summarize most recent developments that are most relevant to them. Now, that usually will give you way more value that you can actually drive from that AI output, right? So input being more structured, I guess, in some way, but in other way also providing just more useful information based on the personas that you have. And this is kind of this idea with daemons. Now, obviously, you can also define any tasks like synthesize. You select text, click synthesize, done. You don't have to select and then type in a text box, make it shorter or make it longer. And by the way, just in case you are still in 2025 typing in things like please or thank you or if you can or something like that to your AI, it doesn't really care. Well, unless, of course, the robots will raise at some point and they will remember that you've been nice to them. And so you might want to do that. But most of the time, it's an incredible waste of time. Sometimes people go to extremes, literally editing the prompt or editing the input, adding commas, adding full stops, hoping that this will help AI. Well, it doesn't really. And saying thank you doesn't help either, right? It's just really incredible waste of time. Plus, you can also create any new demons that you like too. So that's one thing that I think is really heavily underutilized. The other thing is something like branches. Now, we often think about AI being, text input, text output, text input, image output, text input, video output kind of story. It doesn't have to be. You can also use something like branches. Branches help people explore cause and consequence chains and explore connections and next steps. For example, things like mind maps or anything that is more like on a canvas than in a text is actually also an option and also heavily used. So, for example, it could look like this. You could make a claim, more men have grandmaster chess rankings than women, right? Which happens to be true. And then you can define the different dimensions or axes that you want to explore it with. So you could maybe say, I want to explore causes of statements. Okay, so you have a statement or claim, then you have causes and consequences on both axes. It will also be something entirely different. You can make a claim saying something like, I want, well, not even a claim, a statement, I'm looking for political developments in Nicaragua, right? I mean, why not? You can say, I want to explore history and I want to have future. So whatever axis you can define, you can explore it then through the lens of these two dimensions, or even more if you want to. So how would it work? Well, easy peasy. We've done this 1,000 times. You actually go in and you click on causes and it generates causes and then it generates consequences and you kind of get from there, right? And of course, what you will find here is that a lot of it is just mad because again, AI or ChatGPT is just, producing something that happens to be most reasonable in the wonderful world of the web that we have. Like, for example, one of the things that AI will generate or ChatGPT will generate, there are significant cognitive differences between the male and female brain when it comes to spatial reasoning, with males generally performing better, which is not true, right? But this is again what AI thinks, and so it gives it to you. Poor input, or I would say garbage input, brings garbage output as well. And then, of course, there are things that are really, really, really critical to get to even close to any meaningful input or output, I would say. And that's scoping, right? And the scoping is relatively straightforward, and we've been using this now for many, many years, right? You can upload a file and have a conversation about that file. That's nothing groundbreaking there, right? Or you can also have, let's say, a bunch of sources that you will be choosing to allow people to explore them in more detail. It could look similar to maybe this, right? Where you basically give an AI access to a specific file, and then you want to have a conversation on that. Without it, it would be very, very difficult to do anything meaningful. But it really has been changing. Because right now, that scoping doesn't have to happen on the level of a file, or on the level of a group of people or expertise. It can also happen on a level of access that you give AI to, right? Could be connecting to Teams, connecting to Google Drive, connecting to Calendar, like really connecting to an external system. And in many ways, this is actually working really well too. Even more than that, once you do that, right, and AI then understands what you actually are and what you're looking for, what you're interested in, it also becomes very interesting to see that AI can become proactive, asking you questions. Now, this really has been a massive shift. Now, we see this happening with ChatGPT, but also with Perplexity. And the idea is, as you kind of have a conversation with AI, and you maybe ask something like, I don't know, what's the state of inflation these days, right? And you ask it, and it tries to understand the question, and it's going to trying to find sources and stuff like that. But then eventually, as you keep going, having conversation, right, you also have these actions on top and stuff like that. But then, as you keep going, okay, sorry for the long video, right? But then eventually, as you keep typing here, right, and you say maybe, who is currently the best athlete in the world, right? Now, how would you answer that question? Now, typically in our conversation, we would be asking, well, what kind of athlete are you looking for? Like the best in what? And so AI has now learned to do that. So it would ask you, which sport or type of athleticism are you interested in? Or what a difficult word that is, athleticism. Oh my God, right? And so this is kind of just becoming a part of a natural conversation that we would always have. It's been a tremendous shift because it has not been happening for many, many years until I think like late last year, when AI proactively asks questions to specify user's intent. So then you give it sort of a clue about what you're looking at here, and you can say soccer or football or whatever, and then here we go, it's going to look out for the results and it's going to give you the answers. The same way, if you're looking for something very specific, you need to specify it, right? So if you ask for something like, I need a gift for my friend, well, then it will ask you, what is the occasion for the gift, right? Which is very reasonable. And it's actually been a really massive shift that we have seen here, right? Now, what else can we do? Well, I think that we got used to one specific pattern that's been kind of almost making rounds a lot recently. And this is this assistant pattern. This could be a copilot. This could be just a little tool that sits on the side and helps you. It could be something that you can ask questions. And sometimes it looks like this, right? Where you have to actually speak the language of the tool to ask something. This is an example from Notion. This is an example from Jira, Atlassian Intelligence, right? We kind of speak to it directly. But sometimes it happens a little bit differently, where you might be looking at something that's a little bit more like, oh, wow, I don't have an example here. Damn it, I just had it and now I think I lost it. But sometimes what it would look like is more online with damn it, of course, how can I lose it? Like this was important to me. Okay, I'll have to find it later, I think, and find it. Oh, right, found it. Sometimes you will, sorry, let's forget it ever happened. But sometimes you would actually integrate it meaningfully in the good old-fashioned old UI. This is an example of that. This is SciSpace, and on SciSpace, it's, you can do research. So you start asking questions and you type, and then AI generates autocomplete suggestions for you, right? This is what you see here. And then whenever you click, let's say, on one of them, obviously it gives you the results. I mean, we've seen this 1,000 times now, right? That's nothing fancy. And it will give you the summary of the papers that it has discovered, right? And of course, also has this copilot that you can speak to if you wanted to. But what's kind of interesting to me about this is that what you see here is just a regular search result list, right? Nothing fancy. But you can add columns to it, right? They can say, I want to explore this in relationship to Iceland, right? Or anything else. So it would then kind of understand it as a task and go through all individual papers and try to find any relationships to Iceland and highlight it, right? Plus, you can have a conversation right on the level of that specific paper, as we have seen before, kind of scoping, right? And then maybe also ask to summarize across multiple papers too. It's just a checkbox, right? Pattern. So what is so interesting about this? One simple thing. It's just taking what everybody knows anyway, the list of results, the checkbox pattern, and a lot of other things that we see here as well with filters and sorting and stuff like that, right? And then being able to integrate it with AI without actually screaming AI everywhere. In many ways, this is pretty much what people are expecting anyway, right? Okay, what else? Well, once we're done with input UX, we probably want to look into output UX, right? With output UX, we kind of learned a couple of things too. One of the useful pattern is this apple picking pattern, where we help people mark multiple parts of an outcome and then act on them. It's very similar to selecting multiple rows in a table or in a list. I know it sounds very, very boring, but it's very, very important because what you see in testing is when people are using AI tools, they start a conversation. The conversation might take a while. They might go for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes trying to rephrase, trying to change, trying to adjust, and so on. And then, of course, there are some bits of information that are useful here and here, and here, and there. And so what happens then, what people do in testing, they open the same URL in a different browser tab, and then they try to pull bits of information together from different places. That's extremely time consuming and just very irrational. Like, why would you do that? Instead, what we should be doing is allowing people to select bits of the output that they find relevant and pull them together in a separate view. Could imagine it again being an assistant or something like a summary or something like an editor or canvas. And we do have that, let's say, in some tools like Claude, right? We kind of have the canvas on the right, but it's used to visualize the input on the left usually. It's not used as a notebook, so to say, or something that allow people to just cherry pick things that are important to them. And so with apple picking, we could do that. We could say, highlight that, add to my favorites or whatever, or highlight this, change it, and add it in here as well. That's one side of this, generating or managing output. The other thing is accordion editing. I think it's really remarkable that we see only a few tools doing that, and it's also a very, very important pattern that is totally overlooked, I think, because there is always the need to collapse and expand on the output that AI is generating, right? Not only bookmarking relevant parts, but really say, well, I want this, but more. I want this, but less. These kind of patterns could be really, really helpful. But unfortunately, we don't really have that. Unless we, of course, go to some very specific tools that actually do have that. So, for example, if you look at Bench by Luke Wroblewski, what we have here is a couple of things. Now we have tools and materials, tries to understand what exactly you are looking for, gives you the preview of text as well. You can edit it and publish it. Also actually gives you references to specific books that you can explore and have a conversation on as well. But at the same time, if you have a longer conversation, then you can actually collapse some of the areas that maybe are not relevant to you anymore. So it gives you this overview of all the results that you have produced, right? But also at this point here, you can also collapse whatever it is not relevant to you, right? And then after the conversation, you don't just have the conversation, you almost have like a summary of the conversation, plus all the files that have been generated in that session, plus all the materials and all the references that you used in that session, plus all the links to all the important citations that are included in that session, unlike what you usually see in ChatGPT and stuff like that, right? But this is more of a functional representation of the output. It could also be more visual. That's the idea behind style lenses. There we adjust the output with the visual representation according to users' interest. And again, and I know, Mike, you're looking at me, I need just literally 4 more minutes. And again, at this point, what I think is really important is that people need to be able to define what's relevant to them. Don't suggest it to them. Here's how it would look like, right? So for example, if you're a writer and you want to get a sense about what you're looking at in terms of, do I have a good balance in my words? Do I have a good balance between the long sentences and short sentences and so on? You can define different lenses that you want to use. Maybe you want to use sentence lengths. Maybe you want to use, this balance between sad and happy, or concrete and abstract. Maybe if you're studying a map, you want to look into poor and rich. Or maybe you want to look at something like densely populated areas, loosely populated areas, anything like that. And you basically look at the data set that you have. Could be text, could be, charts, could be data visualization, whatever. And you just define whatever lenses are important to you, and then you explore that content through these lenses. So here, well, obviously we have slightly longer length over here, shorter length over here. All right, that could be helpful. But then as you keep going, right, kind of have concrete here, abstract there, and you also get this visual map on the right. Or sad here, happy here. Maybe that's exactly what you want, right? So it kind of also very, very much beautifully arranged over here, right? But of course, again, this could be going like much, much further. So if we look at some of the examples of what we could do today, literally interact and map the experiences on the level of the output, this is seriously impressive. So you just plug things in, you select an area where you want to change something, and then boom, you kind of have it done, right? So when it comes to like 3D modeling, architecture, stuff like that, that's impressive. Now that act of just selecting on the picture what you want or where you want the change to happen is infinitely more useful than just writing this in a text prompt. That goes without saying, but kind of worth emphasizing still. All right, so what else then? Well, just one more thing that kind of builds up on top of that. This sort of interaction directly on the output is something that we call inline action. It's kind of direct interaction with the AI outcome that's based on something that's already available in the response, right? It could look maybe similar to this here. And this is just one of the many, many different tools. This is Dream Machine. And on Dream Machine, you basically get an exploration tool where you can design visuals relatively quickly and they will also be animated. And of course, you have to describe the concept that you want to have, but you get suggestions. But here, you basically go and loop through the different themes or ideas on themes or concepts very quickly, and you can actually click directly on the area of interest. It gets captured, and then you can swipe through it to kind of tell the system what exactly you need here. Quite impressive because, again, it operates directly on the output. In the same way, you look at like something like Grammarly, for example. Instead of telling Grammarly, hey, here's a text box, please replace the second sentence from the top with this or change it, well, it's basically just rewrite with Grammarly. Or here on the level of the code, you select a piece of code and then you ask Copilot to change something in there. Or here on audio, where you basically select a portion of the audio track and say, I want this, but bassier, or I don't know, faster or slower, things like that. Quite impressive just to see this sort of happening at this point. Whew, what the journey, right? So where does it leave us all? Well, that's a great question again, because I think when I look at all of this and I look at all the things that we have covered, very often there is this question that comes up, and maybe Mike, feel free to ask me later in the Q&A after this. Will people become, or designers I should say, become irrelevant and replaced by AI? I have an answer to that, and I think it's a good answer. Feel free to ask me later. But it's important for us to understand just a few things. It's been shifting and happening and changing and evolving rapidly. It's unbelievable just how fast things are going. Like just for the timing between January and today, I have something like 250 different articles and posts and stuff to go through and announcements and all. It's accelerating. I mean, no doubt about that. It was not like that like just last year. So it's really accelerating to the point that you might be waking up tomorrow and realizing that, oh my God, there are now agents everywhere. It's like this second ChatGPT moment. It can happen any day. But we still have problems. Problem one is hallucination. We still haven't figured it out. We don't know how to figure it out, at least for the time being, unless we add more AI to check other AI, but that comes at the cost of time because somebody has to do this checking and the checking takes time. But as humans, we experience reality where a lot of things that AI doesn't have access to. Spatial reasoning, sense of time, touch, culture, point of view, experiences, emotions, and so many other things. But AI, at least as of now, understands language, and so it's cold, fuzzy, unhinged, and also boundless. And it does not have access to reality. So I think the best thing we can take away from this is that we should not treat AI as oracle, whatever it generates, because it doesn't understand what truth is. It just doesn't have a concept of truth. It was never designed to be truthful. It was designed to produce something that's most likely to be used and be helpful for users, right? But that's it. So we have strength, and we have, for AI, we have strength for humans. And I think that if I look at it, there are a lot of technical improvements that we can definitely get into with AI, right? But again, for them to be meaningful, they really need to bring value to end users. And very often this is just not the case because in the end, if it's not reliable enough, then that's a problem. But on the other hand, we have a lot of human strength that we shouldn't forget. Emotional intelligence, understanding social context and diversity of opinions, conscience. Conscience is very useful, especially if you're unhinged. So we should not forget about that. So if you're interested in all of this, there is also a fantastic resource called Shape of AI by Emily Campbell. So it's www.shapeof.ai, which contains a lot of interaction patterns, design patterns, and anything of that kind. That's quite impressive, so feel free to take a look. Also, there is another catalog, I should say, of design patterns, which is called Design Patterns for Building Trust. In times of unhinged AI, this is definitely something we need. So catalog.projectsbyeve.com will be the address. And also, I've been trying to pull together some of those design patterns also here, which is the video course that I launched a while back. And just in case you're wondering, right? So it's called Smart Interface Design Patterns, and there is also a little friendly coupon code, Love for Ukraine, with 30% off, so feel free to take a look. Smart Interface Design Patterns is the clue, and if you are interested in more than that, feel free to take a screenshot. Nobody is going to hurt you for that, right? And here's another one that I also launched, which is on measuring UX. So if you happen to be more in the leadership role and you want to understand how to measure UX to make an impact or show your incredible impact or the incredible impact of your UX work on business, then how to measure UX and design impact can help. Also 30% off with Love for Ukraine as well. So with this in mind, I think cats and more cats and meow, and thank you so much. And I hope that some of these insights were helpful. Just keep in mind that things we're talking about today when we're speaking about AI might be totally outdated 2 weeks from now. So I do not take responsibility or credit for any of that. And if AI eventually takes over, then it will not matter anyway. So that's the spirit, the very optimistic spirit of this, I guess. Thanks so much for listening, everyone.
Usually, when you watch most of the online, especially online lectures, you just want to put the speed 1.25. When you watch your lectures, you want to put 0.75 because you need to listen to everything. I think that we will share the recording because I see that there are plenty of questions on Slack and on special. But we will record everything. We will share with you the recording, so no worries. You will see Vitaly's information very soon. And also, just a kind reminder about the 25% to Vitaly's workshops, other workshops, which we have together with Projector, and you can find them in the space. Yeah, and I totally agree. Thank you for so much information about AI because I totally agree that so many people they think I was also one among them. So I was swearing out loud in my room. My dog just left the room immediately because he knew that something crazy is happening because AI was lying to me so boldly and it was so disgusting. And I said, like, why do you lie to me? And then a lot of swear words. But yeah, we just need to understand that it was not produced to create the truth. That's why I think that there are some tools for fact checking, but I think that currently it's not that accurate. So we need just to think as the designers, we need to think about the patterns. Unfortunately, we don't have time for because we need to test the next speaker. But I think that if we would start asking Vitaly some questions, just it would be too much. Catch Vitaly, he will be running through the space. So
Yeah,
I think you can come
absolutely.
to him and ask out loud. And don't forget about that. Vitaly is our friend, and he will always have some programs with us, some lectures and so on. So, and I hope that, as you hope, that someday we will see each other on offline in Kiev.
I
Thank
would
you,
love that,
Vitaly.
of course. Thank you so much, everyone.
It
See
was
you next time.
extremely interesting. Thank you. And to those who are watching us on YouTube or on platform, please, we have 9 minutes before the next lecture, and then we will listen to Lotta about the research. So now take a break. that you had some time for rest, for restroom, and for refilling your water, because now we will be listening and paying a lot of attention to amazing lady from Amsterdam. I will just say a few words about that. I have the friend from Rotterdam. Actually, he will be our ambassador of our global community. He is the ambassador, and he just listed me. I said like I will be in Amsterdam. He listed me like five different places, five different studios which I have to visit. And I texted Reframing Studio. That's how I met Lotte. I was really bold and I said like, may I ask you for coffee at your office because I need to meet. And Lotte just shared everything about their methodology and about their projects. And I was listening with open mouth. I was like, wow, you have to. Lotte wouldn't give me the option to lie because I just said immediately, I will cancel one of the speakers which was planned. I need you to share this information with the rest of the people. That's why Lotte will be sharing this information about the methodology because I find it really cool. I hope that you will find it as well. And actually, we are working, starting from the next week, we will be shaping the workshop with Lotte dedicated to this research methodology. That's why if you will be interested in future, just pay attention to our page because there will be some practical workshop with Reframing Studio. Now, without other words, oh yeah, and don't forget, please, because Lotte would like to talk to you. We will manage somehow me to see these questions, but please think about the questions, type them to the platform chat, and I will just voice them here to Lotte at the end of the lecture. Lotte, the stage is yours.
Mike. And hello, everyone. I'm super excited to be here today and very honored. So thank you, Mike, for this podium. I am a good person, or at least I try to be. And I'm sure that most of you feel the same. Today, I'd like to share with you how this desire to do my part in making the world a little bit better drives me every day in all the projects that I work on. So why I believe being a designer is an incredibly interesting, relevant, and powerful profession, and why I believe we can and should do better. So I work as a senior designer and researcher at Reframing Studio. We are a Dutch design agency in Amsterdam and in Rotterdam, where we design for complex societal challenges. Before I tell you more about what that means and involves, I want to go back in time to when I was 18 years old, to the moment I was struggling with a big life decision. What did I want to become? First, I tried medicine, then psychology, and they seemed like great careers where the sense of purpose was obvious, helping people. But the way of learning, consuming, and memorizing tons of information without creating something new, it just didn't fit me. So why I chose industrial design engineering at the Technical University in Delft, I couldn't really argue at that time. It was a feeling, an energy that excited me in some way. I felt like design faculty was a place where you learn how to shape the world. And in a way that was true. We learned how to make beautiful products, functional, ergonomical, smart, durable, how to make people's lives easier, more convenient, more comfortable, more luxury. And although I enjoyed the courses, the drawing lessons, learning about aesthetics and usability, I had that feeling that something was missing. There was little attention for reflection on what it meant to be a designer. And I felt like design could be more. Until I stumbled upon this design, TemStem. This app was created for people who hear voices. It uses a brilliant mechanism. You can only perform one task at a time in your language area of your brain. So when you hear voices, your language area is active. But by playing a simple language game, you can push the voices towards the background. It may not be the most beautiful design that I had ever seen, but it served its function well. And I realized that for me, designing isn't about making things, because that has been the focus so far, designing products. It's about what design can achieve with people, how it influences the way people behave, act, feel, interact. So we may not be doctors or psychologists. We can't treat or cure people who hear voices. but we can help them participate in daily life without the fear of acting strange in public. The app gave them back control over their mind. So suddenly, everything clicked for me. This was the kind of ambition in design that I realized I had been searching for. So this was also my first introduction to Reframing Studio, the studio behind TenStem. The studio I have been working now for over 10 years, together with a group of 13 dedicated designers. So we are a design studio, so we work on our own design projects, as well as an academy where we coach and educate professionals to work with our method and mindset. So what do we mean with complex societal challenges? We work with design questions that don't know a straightforward solution or answer and influence how people feel, behave, and interact in society. So the themes and challenges that we design for are extremely diverse and cover many different domains, like water safety, the meaning of churches, from the future of farming to mental health. And we work together with a large variety of parties, so governments, municipalities, universities, nonprofit organizations, health institutes, musea, and so on. All right, but what do we design? This is a question I often get after doing this introduction. And the answer is not so simple, because what we design can be anything. Although I am educated as a designer of products, I consider myself a designer of behavior. Defining the effect on people, on the way they behave, what they experience, their attitudes, is the most important design. So what enables this effect is only a means and not the goal. So to me, when I talk about products, I talk about tools, services, policies, roles, professions, environments, and so on. And we keep this open, so what the product should be, until the final stage of the design process. Leaving this end result open can be challenging in winning the trust of clients or partners at the start of a project. So they have to trust the design process and that something good and meaningful will come from it. The method that we use is called VIP, Vision and Design, or reframing. It is developed at the TU Delft by our founder Matthijs van Dijk and his colleague Paul Heckert. And I'm not claiming that it is the method, but it works well for us and the type of design questions that we work on. So what distinguishes our method from other design thinking or social design methods is that it's future-oriented. We don't design for today's problems, but we always look ahead at least 5, 10, 20, or even 50 years. The most important reason for that is that innovation, it just takes time. If we redesign a service, a way of working, or even a whole system, we need time to work towards that desired future. Another advantage I find in focusing on the future is that it helps to get people we work with into a different mindset. So letting go of today's problems and personal agendas helps to align perspectives and enables people's creativity. Often people agree more about what they want to achieve with the world and with people than they think. Something else I really appreciate about our method is that it really puts the perspective of the end user in the center of the process in every design step. So it does not happen often that my audience is filled with designers. So I decided to give you a more in-depth tour through our design method than I normally would. Here you see a schematic version of the reframing method. So in every project, we follow these 6 steps, starting from the bottom left, going up and then down until we reach step 6. I'd like to explain the essence of the method by using a product example we are, I think, all familiar with. So let's say you are asked to redesign the microwave. It's a very classical design route to go from step 1 immediately to step 6, staying on a product level. So you change some buttons, maybe the color and the shape, you think it's old-fashioned. and you design a better version of the old product, which is okay in some cases, but you miss the opportunity to come to a really new, maybe even better solutions. I'll show you why. So we start at step 1, on the left side of the model in the past and present. On the product level, we describe the functional aspects and features of a product. It's a white box. It has a door with black glass in it that you can open with a white square button. It says ping when it's done, things like that. In the second step, you describe the current interaction of users with the microwave. So how do people experience it? What kind of behavior does it evoke? How would you describe the interaction between the user and the product? So you could say it's like a butler who serves your food exactly when you want it. At the context level, we ask ourselves, why was the microwave introduced? What was the meaning of this product at the time? It was introduced in 1955, during the start of the second wave of feminism. Part of the technical revolution, increasingly more technology was taking over households, which was a liberation for housewives. They suddenly got more time to spend, more time for themselves. So looking at the microwave from this perspective, it was a revolutionary product. Yet, in the context of today, the meaning of the microwave and how it influences our daily behavior has changed. Due to increasing individualization, more and more people eat alone. Even within families, members more often eat separately and at different times. So we spend less time cooking. The Netherlands even ranks among the highest in cooking efficiency. And we also spend very little time on the act of eating itself. So going through these 3 steps, what we call the deconstruction of the now, we aim to understand why things are the way they are. It provides insights in the reason why a product was introduced and made perfect sense at the time, but also shows why a product may lead to different behavior, maybe unforeseen or unwanted behavior now. So at the end of the deconstruction, we have an understanding of the sense of urgency for change. So when you shift your focus to the future, you will start with exploring the context. So how is your relationship with daily food? How is our relationship of society with daily foods changing? Once you have an understanding of the probable future, you are finally allowed to step out of your role as observer. You can formulate your design goal by asking yourself, how do you want to influence people's behavior in everyday food activities? And in the final step, what product could evoke this desired effect on people? So maybe it can still be a microwave, but I'm guessing it might be something completely different. When you finish step 6, you return to the present. You ask yourself, is this product ready for the world of today? And this final step is crucial, especially when your scope is in the far future. Step 7 is about creating a roadmap for implementing your future design. So what can be done now, tomorrow, in 5 years, and so on. So once you realize that you can research people's needs and influence their behavior, experiences, and well-being through design, you will also begin to feel that this is a very powerful tool. To me, being unaware or worse, indifferent to the potential negative effects of your design on people and the way they interact with the world around them is simply not acceptable. But then, when do you truly contribute to a better world? In our studio, we adopted the attitude of Amor Mundi. So in everything we do and the choices that we make, we let ourselves be guided by a love for the world. So for both people and nature. Still, in every project and in every topic, you bring your own norms, values, and biases to the table. That's why we prefer to work with a wide range of people, experts, professionals, scientists, citizens, to uncover our blind spots and challenge our assumptions. And we make the effect that we want to have on people a deliberate and conscious part of our process. In the next part, I'd like to tell you more about, I think the most special project that I have ever worked on. And I've worked on it for 10 years already now. So this design project started in 2015, and it was initiated by 12 Dutch mental health institutes. They all felt, if we keep doing what we're doing, we're not heading into the right direction. But how can we do things differently? So they asked us to use our method, our design method, to make a redesign of the entire mental health system in the Netherlands. We didn't do that ever before, redesigning a system, starting from scratch. In this project, we work with a multidisciplinary team of designers, strategists, psychologists, philosophers, and researchers. In the first part of the project, we developed a shared vision on the future of mental health. So we started with two main questions. Firstly, how is our society changing? And what does that mean for the mental health of people? And secondly, what is a mental health problem? So what do we consider being mentally healthy or mentally ill in the future? In the mental health system as we know it now, as we know it today, psychological problems are seen as individual problems, as something that should be fixed inside the head, typically through medication or therapy. We introduced a new lens for understanding mental health problems, one based on ecology and system therapy. One that doesn't approach psychological problems as individual problems, but as interaction problems. Interactions on different levels with your own biology, your self-image, the people around you, the context you live in, and your relationship with time. So this new lens isn't centered on diagnosing disorders, but on understanding and breaking patterns in people's lives. So when trying to understand why someone got stuck, it's important to embrace the complexity of the pattern that has emerged, the one keeping a problematic interaction in place. Important to say is that in this new approach, being mentally healthy does not mean never getting stuck or feeling good all of the time. Life is full of difficulties and setbacks. We all know that. Mental health is about whether people manage to navigate through difficult periods and episodes. And mental health care is about fostering this ability we call agency, or to be resilient. Based on this new lens, we sketched an entirely new network of care and support in 2030, with new places, tools, roles, facilities, and more. A system that goes beyond professional care and is embedded in society as a whole, including schools, workplaces, and public spaces. So we asked people and organizations involved in the project what the project has brought them so far at this point. And we expected responses like a new perspective, a fresh vision on mental health, or the experience of collaborating across different areas of expertise. And yes, they did mention all this, but they also pointed out something that we hadn't foreseen. We had introduced a new language. They started talking about patterns instead of diagnosis, about being stuck instead of being mentally ill, about capabilities instead of prevention. And this shift opened up their daily interactions with both colleagues and clients. And that too is where we as designers can add real value. So there's much more to say about this project. And we wrote 2 books about it, 2 small booklets about this first phase. So you can download them free on our website. Unfortunately, they're in Dutch, but I'm sure you can translate it in somehow, some way. So this was only a start. We had developed a new version, brought a new language, and made a sketch of a network of mental care and support in 2030. And only 12 years to work towards this desired future. So in this second phase, we have been building towards this future network following 3 paths. Innovation projects, building a community, so organizing summer schools, meetups, presenting on stages on television and being part of expositions. And thirdly, researching the fundamentals. So recently we published a scientific paper on problem-sustaining patterns. For now, I'd like to focus on the first path, the innovation projects that we have been working on for the past 8 years. So we've been working on projects in the context of care, society, and the intersection between the two, resulting in many different designs that initiated new collaborations and crossovers between sectors. So for example, in the project Patterns of Life, we created a new diagnostic instrument based on patterns in people's lives. With Mental Gym, we developed a series of lessons for primary school children to help strengthen them and their mental resilience. We reimagined the residential experience for people in psychological crisis who stay in a high intensive care clinic. This concept was later developed into a spatial design by the Dutch architecture firm Meccano, and it's actually being built as we speak. The Bumpy Road podcast, in which young people share their stories about getting stuck and what helped them to navigate out of the difficult period. In Mentaal Lokaal, we designed a new impact network of organizations with a shared aim to support the mental health of their citizens of the city of Wassenaar. And lastly, in the project Redesigning Relapse, we reimagined aftercare for adolescents who struggled with addiction, treating relapse not as something to avoid, but as an essential part of the recovery process. Unfortunately, I cannot dive into all of these projects, so I chose one to dive in a bit deeper with you today, which is mentale gymnastiek or mental gym. Maybe you're interested in a completely different project or something entirely different. So feel free to post, like Mike already said, post your questions in the Metaverse chat on the main stage. So Mike will collect them for me and we can have a bit of a discussion later. So I chose this one because this is one of my favorite projects. It hasn't made the biggest impact yet. It's still in its early stages, but it's a project that we really believe in. Investing in the mental resilience and the agency of younger generations is at the core of redesigning psychiatry's mission. The aim of this project was to explore how we might do that. So we see the urgency not only in our mental health care projects, but just as much in the broader societal trends. In conversations with school teachers and mental health professionals, a shared concern emerged: the growing number of children who are struggling as they reach the end of primary school, feeling insecure, overwhelmed, and unprepared for the leap to secondary school. We believe it's essential for kids to learn that life is a bumpy road, and more importantly, how to navigate those bumps, not on your own, but together. And what better place to start that at school? So stories are a powerful tool for strengthening children's sense of agency. Each of us has a unique story, and in the end, we are all the heroes of our own stories. So we want children to become both storytellers and story listeners, because how do you truly listen to someone else's story? So for this project, we chose to take a research through design approach. We first ran a set of experiments with one class that we designed in collaboration with professional storytellers and mental health professionals. Based on our learnings, we created a series of 3 main lessons. In each lesson, the children were guided to create a story. Stories about meaningful moments in their past, who they are today, and how they envision their future. Between the lessons, we asked parents to complete 2 homework assignments. One involved sharing a hidden story about their child that points out a quality they see in their kid. In the other homework assignment focused on sharing a challenge they had to overcome when they were young. So we ran a pilot with a class of 10 and 11 year olds. And the lessons were observed and evaluated by a researcher from the TU Delft. I'd like to share 3 things we learned throughout the process. Firstly, creating crossovers between sectors is challenging. Although mental health is receiving more and more attention in the field of education, it was difficult to find a way in at schools. Their schedules are packed and their priority are often elsewhere. We found it easier to engage individual teachers who were personally motivated to take part in a project than to find an entry point through school management. A breakthrough was to use storytelling as a way to simultaneously strengthen children's language skills. This made it easier for teachers to get permission to integrate the lesson, and they could do mental gym instead of the regular language lessons. Secondly, sharing personal stories initiated surprisingly new interactions among the kids. So an important part of each lesson is to share your personal story with classmates. Children who normally had little in common began sharing their personal stories with each other. So when teacher said after just one lesson, we talked about things today that we haven't discussed in a whole year. And this was a really important insight for us that argued that mental gym is relevant and logical to do in school classes. And thirdly, involving caregivers through homework assignments was a really big success. Bridging the school and the home environments has been a key element of this project, but we weren't sure if homework assignments would work. Would parents actually take the time to do that? Would they say something new and meaningful? But a truly special moment occurred when the children opened the letters from their parents. The emotion they showed as they read the parent stories. A line of children formed in front of the teacher's desk, so proud and eager to share their letters. And the teacher was surprised to discover how much they hadn't shared at home. So children learn things about themselves through these letters, and also about their parents that they had never discussed before. So by actively involving the home environment, we see great potential to strengthen the collective resilience of the entire upbringing system. So in our dream scenario, mental gymnastics would be just as normal as regular gymnastics from ages 4 up to 18. What I showed you today was just a way of us to prove our concept. We have made a start where we saw kids opening up and interact in new and meaningful ways. And we are super dedicated to bringing this further, step by step. So, Mike, I have one part left, but I think it's nice to have a discussion first. And then I close. I think I need 5 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
And I'm just super curious to hear what people are curious about.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, yeah, I just want to remind that you have the option to write your questions. Some of you already wrote the questions on YouTube. Some of the visitors, they watch on YouTube because metaverse could be really complex and I understand them. Some of them they texted, and even we have people who used already your method, which is amazing.
No.
Yes, so it's really cool. I really like the question, which I want to start with, which is really practical, and it's about the practice. It would be interesting to hear how these designs impacted real people's lives.
Yeah, so that's different in each of the projects. So is there one specific?
It could be, I think that if you have some examples which you can share from some different projects, it would be really wonderful.
Yeah, so in each projects that we do, we have a different impact. So it also changes the way it impacts people. I can have, since this is a UX, how do you say, setting, I can choose a digital product. So what we, I don't know if I can translate it correctly to English, but a project that we did, we created an app for people with a mental disability. So they often live in a care environment and they have their parents and their caregivers are really close to them. They're often the people that really help them in daily activities. And the Care Institute, they asked us, we see the future of care changing, and we see that we will have less time to give individual care, like we have less time to help people be in their daily activities. So they asked, can you make something, can you think of something that will help them become more independent in daily life? So what we did, we created an application, the Vraag app, the question app, in which we also redesigned, how do you say, non-profit work, or like being a good citizen. And what the app helped to do is for them to ask their questions to the world, to anyone who could actually pick up the question and help them with everyday things. So how do you cook potatoes, or how do you take the bus to Amsterdam, or anything. And what was really nice about that is that in the end, it didn't make them, well, they didn't do it on their own, all these things, but they did it without their parents, and also without their the caregivers, or like the care environment, which made them super, super proud to do these things on their own, basically. So that's one example of a user group, like people with a mental disability, to live their life in a different way. Is that an answer to the question? So this is one project that impacted their lives of people in a way.
I think that actually definitely you're. I remember when we had coffee together. I think that you said that the results of your research usually they are relevant. You say that it's relevant from 10 up to 100 years. You said, I think that you told me about one project. Okay, definitely remember the number 30, but I think that you said that there was one project which you estimated the relevancy of your results for 100 years. I think that it was something big for the city as well, but I could miss.
I think it's the project for water safety.
I guess. Could you tell more?
Yeah.
Because I think that it's insanely. How can you predict and how do you make this statement? I think that it's also important. How can people estimate the value of their research, of their result, and of their design?
Yeah, so this project, so there are two types of research I think we're mixing up. So the first is the future research, understanding how is society developing and how do you explore that. So that's one research, and yeah, time is just catching up. So if we make a vision for 2050, we can see in 2050, did it make sense or not? So that is a way to prove that part of the research. Another type of research is that we actually make a design that impacts people's lives in a way, and that we, of course, can follow or measure how did it impact the lives of people. So those are, I think, two different types of research. But this project, I'm not in it myself, so I may say some things my colleagues are watching that doesn't really make sense, but I think I got the best part of it. So this project is about water safety in the Netherlands, and I think you all have an idea of the Netherlands. It's a country that's really low, so it's quite far below sea level at some point. So water is really a thing in our country. And with this project, we wanted to. So we worked together with the University of Wageningen, with Deltanis, and also with Rijkswaterstaat is one of our ministries. And we actually, as a design studio, we bring the perspective of the citizens. So they, of course, do much research about all kinds of other things that are related to this topic. But our part is about how does this topic relate to people in the future? How do we want to redesign the relationship with people and water in the future? What is their role, and how can we design for that? So the future research is for 2100. Because of course, if you want to redesign the infrastructure of a country, you really need to look far ahead. And I think one of the biggest results is one to use facts basically to sort of look ahead, like so far. So we don't make futures up. We don't make possible scenarios. We just interview a lot of experts to understand. They all have a lot of knowledge on a very specific topic. So we collect all these different views based on experts, and then we make a new worldview that is based on facts, basically. So,
Cool.
I hope that made sense for you.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. People are asking where can they find more information about methodology. Definitely. So go to the website Reframing Studio. You can see more information about the methodology itself. And as I said at the beginning, now currently we're working with Lotte on the workshop, so it will be available on our website because it's really practical. I understood that there could be some misunderstanding for you, like when Lotte will be sharing this information theoretically, but you understand that you need to work with this methodology practically. That's why I'm waiting for this workshop. I think that I will be the first visitor because I really like the approach as well.
I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah.
There was another question I really like. What are top 3 tools or maybe soft skills you use the most in your work, except the methodology itself?
Soft skills, I like that. Well, I think I mentioned some of them within the lecture already. So I think one, it's about taking different attitudes throughout the methodology. And I think in the beginning, we really want to be observers. So we really want to be really good listeners and observers to understand how is this world changing without having our own opinions, our own biases influence us. So I think that's one really good soft skill that's important in our work. I think one that's becoming more and more important is how do we take people, how do we take people along in this future vision that we create. So I think normally we would say we would just write stories, which we still do. So we make a set of stories about that future that shows different driving forces towards, let's say 2050. But we're really experimenting also with different ways. So making expositions or making podcasts or documentary just to take people along in this, how this world is going to be. So I think that's the second one. So how do you envision future realities? Third one, I think it's language. I also mentioned it. I think for us, language, and it doesn't have to be words. It can also be how we illustrate things, but it's I think bringing in new perspectives. And I will end actually with 4 tips, so you will recognize some of this.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. I'll stop.
Okay. The last question, and then we will go to the last part with these tips. But you see that now we have the spoilers already. I really like this one. If you could redesign one social system from scratch using reframing principles, which would you choose?
Oh, I like that one a lot, and I definitely know the answer. It's education, because what we already notice with mental gymnastics is that you enter a new system with a whole new world to redesign, and I think that would definitely be my pick. Yeah.
So I will come after this lecture. I will come to you, and we will start redesigning the process in Projector.
Yeah.
Yes. So that will be the case for our workshop. So now it's your time to show the last part.
Yeah. So what can you do? So I completely understand that as an individual, you can sometimes feel powerless. Maybe you work at a company where economic goals outweigh the drive to contribute to a better world. Or maybe as a designer, you're given very specific assignments and don't feel like there's much room to explore the why behind them. Still, I believe you have more influence than you might think. I have been thinking about some practical tips that I want to share with you that you can apply in your projects. Even if what you can do feels small, if we all do it together, we can create a powerful movement. The first one is to always start with an open design question and design domain. So that doesn't include a defined problem nor a solution, because that will limit your ability to truly open to new possibilities. For example, one of our ministries wanted a new perspective and solutions to address traffic congestions during rush hours. So we rephrased this domain to collective rhythms in mobility. This led to a complete new perspective on a topic that the ministry had been working on for so long. And for them, this was the real eye-opener. And we didn't even start the project yet. So I think we as a designer are very good in shifting perspectives and finding openings for new design solutions. Secondly, in designing for societal topics, you don't want to be limited by your own worldview. And I did mention this already, a bit of a spoiler. But in each project, you should understand how you relate to a topic and reflect on your own blind spots. So talk to people, read articles, listen to podcasts, watch documentaries, don't ask AI, because we just heard why we shouldn't. Try to adopt an open and curious attitude. So I believe we as designers are trained to be curious and observing. So this tip is something very close to our nature. One example. I remember a project about supporting people to integrate in society after a long period of mental illness. We called this, our starting point was activation within recovery. And when we interviewed a philosopher on this topic, the first thing he pointed out was that activation might be the wrong lens, because it implies that there are inactive people, which isn't true. In fact, these individuals were far from inactive. They are working incredibly hard to get their lives back on track. So he really helped us to see our own bias. The third tip, don't lose sight of the impact on your end user. This might sound really obvious, but it's surprisingly easy to get distracted. A simple way to stay focused is to make the impact on people's behavior the core of your design goal. So not the goal is to create a tool that does this and this and this, but rather the goal is to enable, support, or inspire people to. We often use a simple two-step format. So we start with our observation of the world, how it's evolving. So in a world where, and the second part is about what we want to achieve with people. So what you want them to feel, think, do, etc. And involve your clients in formulating this desired effect. And hopefully they'll start to feel more responsible for the effect of their projects on people. The last one, the fourth one and final tip, I feel is becoming more and more relevant. So when you work on projects related to complex challenges like climate change, mental health, migration, and so on, it's easy to be affected by a negative worldview. However, I believe designers have the ability to see possibilities where others can't. Yes, it's crucial to first understand the world as it is, as it unfolds, but then to bring hope in how we respond and how we build towards more hopeful futures, while at the same time staying realistic about how we get there, one step at a time. So thank you all for listening. I think we're out of time, but I really hope this story inspired you and sparked your desire to use your design power for the greater good. And I hope to see you in our class.
Definitely, definitely. That's why I would like to let you share all the information here. And as I said, so a lot of people know your methodology, and a lot of people even I think that know you personally. And some people said that they took your and worked on your methodology when they had the studies at the universities at Delft and so on. That's why thank you
Mm.
so much. It was really inspirational. I hope that everyone shares with me these feelings. We will see you soon. We will work as soon as possible on the workshop. I wish you a lot of sun and all the rest. We will see each other in 15 minutes. Take a rest.
Yes.
Thank you. on your screen because we are here with our old friend, wise person, one of the cleverest people in the world. Because it's not just about like how clever are the thoughts, but where are they going to? I sincerely say that. That's why I would like to welcome on this stage Don Norman. Mr. Don Norman, and today we will have, instead of having some lectures, because you saw a lot of lectures today, we will have the discussion because based on the on Don Norman's book, which was published, as if I'm not mistaken, about 3 years ago, right?
Right.
Design for better world, and we will be talking about that because we are designers. I always say that I like to be the designer because we're in the middle of all the process of creation, everything. We need to cover all the gather all the information, we need to aggregate it somehow to transform that, and also only then we need to build something. But
By the
before
way,
we start,
let me interrupt because a focus that I want to cover is that we are always in the middle. The middle, the middle. We are never on top. We are never on the bottom. We're in the middle, and therefore we have no power. And therefore we can't change anything until we move away from that middle level up to the point where we have some authority and say, and people in politics and people in companies and people in foundations first turn to designers. Right now, nah, designers, oh, you make stuff that's pretty. We don't need you. When we need something pretty, we'll call on you. We have to get out of the middle, Mike.
I could be Michael. It's like it doesn't matter. My mom always say like you can call me a pot, but just don't put me to the stove. That's why I think that is clever.
And
But
by the way, to the audience, what we are doing now is what I hope to do for most of this time. It's going to be a discussion among us.
yes, yes, yes. But you also wanted to make some introduction at the beginning, some thoughts, and then we will go to the discussion. So you're welcome.
Yep. Want me to start?
Yes.
Okay, so actually, the two previous talks are highly relevant to my talk because the first one was about AI, and it started off that AI may cause us to lose our abilities, cause us to be sort of secondary to the world. But the second half of the talk was, well, there's this wonderful way of making agents that don't take over from you, but they're simply giving you advice or simply giving you extra information. They're simply automatically putting things together. And so we are in the middle of this big revolution, and we're in the middle of numerous revolutions in technology, not just AI. We have new materials, we have new sensors, we have new ways of communication, we have new all sorts of things that are really going to be fantastic challenges for people in design and all people actually. But to me, a challenge is an opportunity. And so one of the things I will argue for is that we ought to be on top of these. We ought to be leading the use of AI. We ought to be leading the use of new materials and sustainable materials. We ought to be leading in development of new business models that do not destroy the earth. But we can't do that unless design itself changes, unless you stop being so proud of your wonderful design skills and realize that you can only do what your bosses or your clients tell you to do. Well, why can't you be the boss? Well, that requires you to have other skills. You have to understand the world. You have to understand history. You have to understand business models, which means you have to understand finance and spreadsheets. The language of business is spreadsheets. You have to understand politics because any complex issue ends up being a political issue. And politics is not bad. Politics is when you have different people with different points of view that contradict each other. But each point of view is usually correct from the way that the person is looking at it. So the art of politics is the art of trying to make people understand each other's points of view and then to find a compromise so you can go forward. And designers have to be playing a major role in that because, hey, designers don't have any real knowledge about the world. That's not what we're trained for. But we have wonderful methods that can be applied to any problem. And our lack of knowledge is actually a benefit. It's a good thing because when you know too much, you can't be very innovative because you're stuck in what everybody else thinks in that area. And when you come in new to an area, guess what? You ask questions, you're trying to learn. So you ask stupid questions. What's a stupid question? Well, it's when somebody says, everybody knows the answer. Why does everybody know the answer? And usually it boils down to because we've always done it that way. And then you say, as a designer, well, maybe we could do it a different way. So we have power, but it's not being used. But let me just go on for a few more minutes. So we have dramatic revolutions in technology, yeah, but we also have more concern for the side impacts of our design, sustainability, addiction, destroying cultures and lives. These aren't new things. We've always had new technologies, although today's advances are more rapid than before. And, Victor Papanek in 1971, that's over 50 years ago, talked about how we were destroying cultures by what we were doing as designers. He said there is no field worse than design. Well, he was wrong. He was right, but he was wrong. And he was wrong for the reasons I've already mentioned, because designers have no say in what they're allowed to do. And that has to change. So let me tell you my personal journey. So many of you know this book. It's been published in many languages, The Design of Everyday Things. Well, it's wrong. So I'm here to tell you that it's wrong. But what's wrong about it? Nothing. There's nothing wrong in the book. It's about human-centered design. I believe in everything it says, and I still teach it. What's wrong is what is not in the book. And what's not in the book is making things easier to use and understand is important, but destroying the earth and people's lives and destroying cultures, that's far more serious, and that's not in the book. And that's why I wrote this book, Mike's already mentioned it, Designed for a Better World, which has to be meaningful, sustainable, and humanity-centered. And so basically, humanity-centered design is now also called all sorts of things: planet-centered design, life-centered design. It doesn't matter, because if that first word, if choosing one word, it's impossible to choose one word that means everything. So I define humanity-centered design to worry about what we're doing to the environment, what we're doing to all life, not just people, not just animals, but trees, plants, the infrastructure, and what we're doing to the environment, because that changes the climate, among other things, and poisons people. So that's what the book is about. But the book made me realize I had to do more than write. Writing is fine, but writing is not the same as acting. And so we've established a charity, DNDA, which unfortunately is named after me, the Don Norman Design Award. What we're trying to do is say, there are many ways of approaching these problems, and we don't want to tell you what to do. So we're looking for early career people who are just starting out, any of you, working on societal issues. So you're new to societal issues, and I want you to go out and do something that helps groups of people. And we define that as part of the United Nations has a list of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Well, you're doing one of the first 16 goals: better health, better education, better clean water, sources of electricity, leading a better life, basically. And number 17 is what I'm doing. This SDG 17 is, these are difficult problems. And the way we need to solve them is each group can solve a little bit here and there and there, so the groups have to band together so that all together we can solve these vast, big problems. And so that's what I'm doing. But the other time is I'm also going around and saying, why haven't designers done anything? And I think it's your fault, the designer's fault. Why are there so few designers in positions of power in governments, foundations, large companies? There are very few CEOs or chief design officers of large companies. That's because you're so proud of your skills. And you don't want to do politics. Who wants to do politics? Well, let me tell you, you're not going to accomplish anything in the world without understanding politics, without understanding the language of business, without understanding how the world works. If you want to change it, you have to understand how it's working today and change it. Is capitalism bad? The way it's being done today is absolutely evil. But we can't change it from outside. We will change it from inside. That's the way I do it. So that's the beginning, and now we're open to questions.
Everything is so interesting. I have so many questions. Actually, you mentioned your awards, and I want everyone who are the visitors of this conference, if you are working on some project which you feel that helps to the world, please chat to YouTube or to a special channel because it's really interesting. Then I will see because actually before this discussion, I asked Don Norman maybe we could do some branch of this award in Ukraine because I'm sure that there are plenty of Ukrainian designers who are doing a lot of interesting stuff for the environment, for politics, and so on. What do you think? Can we bring your award to Ukraine?
I think we should bring it all over because we want this to be international. So, first of all, to the audience, here's the URL. It's easy to remember because it's the Don Norman Design Award, DNDA design. That's the URL. And that will tell you about what we're doing and who we are, and moreover, the kinds of prizes we gave out last year. We had people from 26 different nations, even in our first year applying, and we gave awards all over the world. And the first conference was in the United States, in San Diego, which is where I live. But from now on, we're saying, look, we're international, and therefore we want to be all around the world. And Singapore said, hey, what about us? And so we're running the next conference in November of this year in Singapore. And we're now talking to people in Europe and in Asia and in India about running the next to 2026. And we have some candidates for 2027. We want to move around. Now, should it be in the Ukraine? Should it be here? Should it be there? Um, I would like it to be everywhere because we could have many small conferences too. We don't call them conferences, we call them summits. And the point of the summit is not to get up and say, look at the wonderful things I've done. It's meant to be a learning experience. It's meant to be, we did this and it didn't work. And here's what we learned. And what was important in this first conference, we got places like the Aga Khan Foundation, a very well-established group working all over Asia and Africa, who went up and explained, here's where we fail, here's what we've learned from those failures, and here's where we have to do and learn to do better. Because I want these summits to be learning experiences. And one more point, back to the UN SDG 17, which is groups. One thing that's been really rewarding as I travel the world and talk to people, I have found all sorts of other groups doing just what we're doing. There's a group called Design for Good. There's a group called What Can Design Do? There's a group in Romania called Common Good, Global, Common Globe, just lost the name, that is working to help the immigration population. There's a group in Mexico called Centro 32. There's a group almost any place. And that gives me really great hope for the world because, the politics of the world are all fucked up. And it's a miserable place in the world today at that level. But all the small numbers of groups that are trying to do better and are actually doing better, that's what the world is about.
It's very interesting, and I totally agree that. And actually, what I want to highlight that it starts from each of us. It's not just about like, okay, there will be the day I will join some organization. Just start today. But
That's why we're not giving awards to established designers. We're giving awards to people like many of you in the audience. You may be an experienced designer, but have you ever done anything to help the people in your community? And actually, don't design for them. That's colonialism. You have to go and figure out, they tell you what the problems are, and then you say, well, so what are you doing to try to solve them? And they'll tell you. But they often they lack the resources. They may need technical knowledge if they want to put in a new sewer system or a new electrical power system or something. And designers can bring them together. So we can be facilitators and mentors, but we have to design with the people, let the designs come by the people.
I like this. I want to ask you about another topic. I mean, like it's the same, but from another perspective. Because to solve the problems, it's really important, and who will would solve them besides the designers? We should do that. But also sometimes designers create the problems. And I would like to ask you some practical question. How can designers spot and avoid problems their ideas might cause?
Um, well, basically, we do our best because some of these things we do harm sometimes, but unexpectedly, because there's, a well-known word is unexpected results of the work that you do. And almost anything we do that actually may be on the whole good often does harm to some groups of people. It's almost you want to put in a new sewer system, a new for sanitation in a village, and the village wants it. Except that means you have to run pipes and you have to maybe destroy a road or maybe move a home or something. And these people will be very upset and properly so. And so it's very difficult to do a lot of work that is good for absolutely everybody. The other thing is we can't just have designers do this because, again, we have wonderful methods, but we don't have technical knowledge about the fields. And so what we do, one of the problems with knowledge today is it's divided up into many, many specialties, lots of different areas of specialists. And now you can't do anything as a specialist. It takes people with general knowledge to put all of the specialists together. Now, specialties are very important because we have deep understanding of many, many different topics. And it's up to the design team, in my opinion, to know enough about the world to be able to know which specialties to call upon and then how to use the knowledge of each of the specialties and put them together in a collaborative way. Now, most specialists are not used to working with other specialists from other areas who have different ideas. And that's where the real skills are going to be, is trying to get a harmonious grouping of all these different experts who have really good knowledge, but they may not understand the context. They don't understand the people. They don't understand the resources of the people, what's possible. The real problem we have today is too many experts that go in to a new place and say, oh, I understand your problem. And they go away for a year and they come back with a big document saying, here's the solution. Well, their experts are smart. They're correct about the problem. They're correct about the solution, but they don't understand the people or the communities or the resources or how people live and the cultures. And so these projects always fail. And I want the design community, we're taught actually to be human-centered. That means to think hard about what's best for the people and to have the people direct the response so that we don't cause these kinds of problems. We use the same expert knowledge, but we transform it into not worried about schedule, not worried about profits, not worried about cost. Yeah, those are important, but first of all, focus on quality of life.
Thank you. Thank you. I totally agree. At the same time, you said previously that we need to be not in the center. We need to have some power to go out of to be in the middle and to be on the top and to bring this knowledge about this user-center and human-centered design. But at the
Yep.
same time, how maybe you can share some tips. How can we make other some managers or even some sponsors, because we need some resources to implement everything into life. How can we convince them to put us on the top and to trust us in our thoughts?
Well, the one thing you do not do is try to convince them. Don't try to give them an argument. Don't try to say how important we are. What you have to do is show your value. If you're working in a company, well, you should learn much more about how the company works and look at the competition and look at the opportunities for new products and things. Now, a lot of designers do that, and they come up with these wonderful drawings and wonderful ideas, and they present them to management, and management says, yeah, that's nice. Because one thing we try to teach designers, right, is you have to understand the people that you're designing for. Well, who are you designing for? For the person who uses the products you're designing? Well, yeah, that's true. But one of the most important people you're designing for is your boss, or actually not your boss, the boss of your boss. Your boss understands what you're doing, but the boss of your boss probably doesn't. So what you have to do is understand their language. Their language is spreadsheets. Their language is, how much is this going to cost us? Is there a way that we'll get our money back? What you're doing, well, we have to pay for it somehow. And the company has to make a profit, and making a profit is not evil. Making large profits, that's evil. Paying, management huge, monstrous fees or salaries, that's evil. But making a profit is what keeps a company going and allows it to continue. So if you're not making money, the company goes out of business. So it doesn't matter how good it is. So you do have to think about the costs and whether the money will come back, Will it change sales? Will it decrease costs? What will happen? And so you have to give them a spreadsheet that shows increased sales, increased costs, increased profits, increase this, increase that. And most of my design friends say, "Oh, but where do you get those numbers from? How do we know? This is a brand new idea." Well, you make up the numbers. You lie. And I say, doesn't marketing always introduce new things that you have to do and you don't want to do it, but marketing has convinced the executives? They lie. They make up the numbers. But look, it's not really lying. And the executives know that the numbers are made up. So you make up the numbers, get the marketing people to help you to estimate what the possible costs are going to be, what the possible numbers of people who will be interested, realizing it was a dramatically new product. It may take 5 or 10 years before people really accept it and learn to use it. So how do you factor that in? Well, what the executives will say, okay, I see you have numbers. What assumptions did you make? How did you reach those numbers? Because they know you made them up because that's what they did when they were younger. So you have to have a really good story and a convincing story. So once you start talking their language, people will listen to you more. Don't say we do brilliant work. My response as an executive is when somebody says, we do brilliant work, I say, of course, that's why we hired you. Now go away, I have to go to work. But if you come to me with a plan, look, here's how I think we can expand and do better for the company, and maybe even reduce the costs to the company. You know, if we use a circular economy, well, we're going to lower some of our costs. And I will say as an executive, yeah, but circular economy, you want the products to last longer? And we make money by selling the products. So we won't, how are we going to stay in business if we don't sell the products as often? If they, instead of every 2 years, they buy a new one, it's every 5 or 10 years. You have to have an answer to that. And there are answers. But the point is you have to have a complete solution.
Actually, I think that we raised this topic and we covered that previous time when we had a discussion with you. And I started at that moment, I worked as the designer and I went to work. And with this idea, actually it changed my life when I started thinking that I don't need to bring the design solutions to my bosses. That I need to talk to them with the language of money, and then they will understand. It works perfectly. It works. I didn't lie at that time. I had just really cool colleague, cool boss because he came from design-centric design. But I think that it worked because he understood that I trust him and I understand what does he talk about. That's why everything is true. Just go and do like that.
So wonderful. You're a great case study. Can I use you for other cases?
Definitely, yes. I really like your thoughts about that. We need to change and we need to start with the small, we need to start with small team and so on. But I have the question, which is how to transform the local idea to the global one, how to vocalize it in more easy way. Definitely through your conference, but at the same time, maybe some through a summit, sorry, but maybe some other advice.
Well, that's hard because I think there are fundamental principles, high level principles that apply to improving people's lives all around the world. But when you actually, and that's the problem with experts, they know these high level principles. But when you go to any given area, the cultures are very different. And so the way you approach it and the details of how you implement it and what you do will depend upon the particular group you're working with. And actually, you can't say because I'm working in India, we have to do this. No. What state of India are you in? And what city of India are you in? Because I've been to India a number of times, and let me tell you, in any one of the cities, if you simply move 100 kilometers north, it's a completely different culture. And they have many actually different languages, and it's very complex, so that there isn't one answer that will cover the entire world. There are general principles that I think cover all human beings and all human activity and life, etc. But they have to be implemented in small ways differently across all society. And that's why we need this force of many, many different groups all working to solve the local problems, but they share their ideas internationally. That's why I think we need an annual meeting where people get together and say, here's the problems that we face and here's how we overcame them. Other people can say, oh, that's useful for me, but it doesn't quite work because of A, B, C. But so I think on the one hand, there are shared global principles. On the other hand, every single project is different.
So you don't believe that there are some solutions that design can change something big, the world crisis, or because we live currently in crazy world all over the world, as we spoke before. So previously, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it was just begin and start the start of the war, and it was only for Ukrainians mostly. But currently, everyone is just in crazy world. How can we make some impact to change it as the designers?
Uh, I think that the way to have an impact is not as designers. It's well. I'm going to change this slightly, but it's the same answer. Um, Almost every country has policies, and the policies are being made by politicians usually in government, or sometimes companies have policies, and that's being made by the top level executives. It never occurs to the policymakers that, maybe we should have the people we're making the policies for have some say in these policies. And so a couple of countries, um, in particular Ireland and the UK and the Netherlands, are now hiring designers to be part of government to help establish policies using human-centered design principles, which means don't just write down what the politicians think is important and make it into a complex law, but also let's work with the people that this is addressing to make sure they understand it and that it's good for them, and that will modify the policies. So that's one way, I think, by getting design methods up into the places where decisions are made that really change people's lives. Economic decisions, the economics of the world is all screwed up, and it's all about profit and it's all about money. And even when how do we value countries? We say, oh, what's the gross domestic product? What's the number that characterizes how much money your country spends? And so this is a better country. Look, it's spending billions or trillions of dollars every year, and this one's very poor, unestablished. Look at only a few millions of dollars every year. Those numbers are horrible because what they measure is how much money you spend. They don't care about whether it's for good or for bad or for evil, for humanity. In fact, if you destroy the earth in manufacturing, well, you spend a lot of money. That's good. And now the country comes in and has to spend a lot of money to undestroy the earth, to recreate the earth. Oh, that's good. You spend a lot of money. So doing harm actually counts twice as good things for the GDP. We're measuring things wrong. Now, we can measure things better. In fact, in my book, I talk about that. And there are already well-known, famous economists who have already stated much better ways of measuring things. The first thing is don't give a single number. A country is very complex. So why don't you have a dashboard of all the things that are important about education, about healthcare, about quality of life, about how many people are starving, how many people have jobs. Each of those is very important. And so why not instead have a dashboard about how well you're doing in each of these? And we don't judge a country by what this one number says. We judge a country by how are you doing in this dimension or that dimension or this dimension. And the same philosophy applies to a company. And the same philosophy occurs, well, almost any place. How are you doing on each of these very important dimensions? Now, how do we implement that? Slowly. And implementing that is a political issue. So that's why we have to take part in politics.
Amen. But I want to raise the topic of the crisis once again and for the last time because it came from the audience and it's very interesting because it's really practical. The no, sorry. When the struggle in a precarious job market, sometimes the decisions are made only to please the stakeholder. How can we get more space and speak out when our bread and butter in line? Do you have strategy for that?
All these problems are difficult because if they weren't difficult, they wouldn't be problems anymore. So who are the stakeholders? So I think what you have to do is, if the stakeholders are great big investment companies, you're sort of out of out of luck, because what they are interested only in is profits and money, and they don't give a damn about the company. They don't give a damn about people's lives. They care about how much money am I getting returned. That's a problem with the stock market, with people who buy a stock and hold it for a while and then sell the stock, because they don't care about the company except that it's making money for them. What we really want is, well, which in many places is now called a B Corp, a corporation whose bylaws say that our purpose is to do better for our employees, for our customers, and for the place where we are working. And but today, almost most corporations in most countries, it's you are doing it for the benefit of the stakeholders, which means maximum profit to the stakeholders, who often don't give a damn about the company itself, but only about the money it brings in. We have to change, first of all, the bylaws, and the laws of the country to allow this, and second of all, stakeholders. Well, the stakeholders could be everyday people. And we want everyday people who own shares in companies. And quite often, you do own shares, but you're not aware of the fact, because you may have your money in a bank and maybe in a stock market, that is buying, well, that owns shares in all these companies. That means you have a right to have a voice in the shareholders meeting. And so you can also be, well, one of the shareholders. And so, again, we have to band people together to do good. And this is slowly starting to happen. There are companies that have changed. There are companies that are now designed deliberately for the good, the common good of people. So, but it's a hard problem, absolutely. Look, the world has been this way. It's been dominated by Western forces all across the world. Mostly it all came from Europe, or in the early years of exploration and colonialism, but it spread. The United States is now one of the Western powers with colonialist power. It's spread to other countries of the world. So it isn't just, West doesn't mean geography anymore. It means sort of the style of government. And most people, the early training came from the European universities, and it was all very logical and sensible, but it was all oriented about making more money. That's what business schools teach. That's what other schools teach. And that's permeated the world. And we have to change that. Well, it's an artificial way of doing things, and it was developed over many years. But if it's artificial, it means it was designed. And if it was designed, it means we can undesign it. But it is not easy. It has to undergo change slowly and slowly and slowly. The United Nations is a problem, because the United Nations brings all the countries together, but they have these various rules that say, for example, in sustainability, every country has to agree upon what we're saying. Well, when you say it, every single country, 190 of them, have to agree, it means that you end up with a statement that is meaningless. It's so watered down to make everybody accept it that it has no content. We have to change that as well. And so it's a big problem. That's why, but we have 8 billion people on this earth. And so there's lots of people that can be helping, and as long as they're banded together for common good. I'm not going to tell you it's easy, though, and I'm not going to tell you there's a simple answer, because no, there isn't. It isn't easy, and no, there's no single simple answer.
I really like your phrase that otherwise it wouldn't be the problem. So
Exactly,
like that.
exactly.
But currently, we were talking mostly about some commercial stakeholders, but also you mentioned that definitely it's really important, especially we are adults, so we need to go deeper to the politics. We need to understand how does it work, and maybe even sometimes go deeper and be the designers at some institutions and help some outdated institution to be changed. But at the same time, I think that it's like vice versa. So you want to change something, but you can't change, and it's really hard to do. Maybe you have some advice, thoughts for the designers who would like to go to some old-fashioned politics and change it, and they face the bureaucracy and outdated people around. How can they convince them?
Each individual has their own approach. One way is to run for election. Um, the and there are examples of designers who are doing this. I really think designers have the capability of being leaders in all of these areas because we are people who actually do things. We build things. We create things. We don't just write papers. We're not just academics who we write papers that get published in journals to be read by other academics who already believe what we're talking about. No, academics talk to themselves too much. Designers are actually doing things in the world that actually do make a difference. But as I've said many times, we have to be able to control what it is that we're doing in the world to have some power about that. But the methods, we're one of the very few fields that is, first of all, doing things, and second of all, a major fundamental principle of design is to do good, to understand people and do things that is good for people. Look at the quality of life. Other groups actually often try to come together and to do good things, but they still emphasize things like cost and schedule. And they don't really look at people and the way the people are living and trying to make sure that it improves their quality of life. By the way, not as measured by the outside experts, as measured by the people themselves who are being involved, who we are working with. And so I believe designers have that capability, but it hasn't been developed very well, and we need to develop that. And that's going to require a different educational system, and also a bunch of early designers who brave designers who go off and do this in the world. And there are people all over the world I see doing this, individual designers or small groups, uh, and they're confronting many difficulties. One of the most important difficulties: how do you get enough money to pay the salaries of the people doing the work? So I work with many, many different nonprofits, including mine, which is a nonprofit organization. It's officially a charity in the United States. Trying to get the money to keep going is very difficult. So although I think we're doing a lot of good, we have zero full-time paid employees. And we can only afford a few employees. We pay them some partial salary. They have to have another job at the same time in order to be able to live. It's really difficult to get enough funding for if you're just trying to do good for the world. It's really difficult to get funding for other people to pay you to do this good. So you really need to have a product as well. You need to have something. Now, a conference is a product, but that means you only it only brings in money if people can pay to come to the conference. And so it's kind of it's a feedback system. The people who you want to come to the conference are exactly the same people who don't have the money to come and pay enough to pay for the costs. But these are problems we can work on, and I think we can solve these problems. And I think that as I go around the world, actually, I go around the world mostly by sitting in my office here in San Diego, just like I'm talking now to people in the Ukraine and other countries through Zoom. That's not the same as being there, but it's a start. And being there is well, it's expensive and time consuming and hard on my body. I love being in different locations, but I don't like the 17-hour flights it takes to get to India, or the 15-hour flights or 12-hour flights to get to parts of Europe. Um, and but I still do more. I do a lot of that. Even though I'm basically 90 years old, I'm still doing that because it's important.
And I would like to thank you from all the audience because when I imagine that you are 90 years old almost, I remember that, and we can feel that, and you spend much more time for that and doing so much more than a lot of young people. That's why thank you so much. Kudos from my side. Um, I would like to ask you the question because you already mentioned your summit, and I really like this question from the audience. Given your extensive experience in design, have you discovered unexpected approaches or learned something new from Don Norman Design Award submissions?
Absolutely. Um,
Share the examples.
we get in, we get in applications. I read every single application. We have a bunch of judges. We have about 30 judges from all around the world who make the final decisions. But I like to read them all, even though it takes a huge amount of time. And I remember reading a couple that I said, yeah, no, that's not what we're talking about. And then about 2 days later, I'm thinking about it and I'm saying, wait a minute, why did I say no? It was completely different. It had nothing to do with what I ever thought was possible or made sense. But isn't that what I'm looking for? I'm looking for unusual, novel ways. And I went back and read them again and I said, yeah, this is pretty neat. And so I went back and changed my mind and actually gave some awards to some of these that I had originally thought that should be rejected. That what people are doing, we just assume people would attack, the standard problems. We're going to have a better education system. We're going to clean up this. We're going to do that. No, much of the applications do that. But what's especially interesting is people who say, no, we have this problem in the community. Well, in fact, let me talk about the previous speaker, Latte, who talked about mental health. One of the awards we gave was for a group in Mumbai, India. Mumbai is a very big city and very rich and very well educated in parts of it, but very poor and isolated in other parts. So this comes from the isolated parts where there are people who are extremely depressed, suffering mental health problems, and they were so depressed they didn't have any official medical care, health care, and so they were just useless. Basically, they were huddled in balls. Some of them had lost their ability to walk, they lost their ability to use their limbs because they had huddled. They were in a little ball for so many years, and the villagers got together. And what they did is they went around and they sang to them and they gave them food and they massaged them and over time the people started to respond. And the story that really brought it to my attention was this wonderful story of someone who was really hopeless. But someone remembered that this used to be a musician, so they bought one of these really cheap keyboards that you push and you get musical sounds, and they gave it to the person. And after a while, the person sort of moved the finger over and hit one of the keys, and ooh. And then with time, it was able to move several fingers, and then started to be able to play music again. And then basically, in the end, the person was starting to move again and could actually stand up. And that's a really good example of what the previous talk talked about, is that you shouldn't just attack a problem like mental health as it's a disease. Well, it is. And there are medical treatments, yes, and there are sometimes medicines that you can give that help, yes, because sometimes there's an imbalance in the hormonal system. But maybe even more important is the community and the environment in which you are living. And that's what they did. They didn't focus on the medical treatments. They focused on having the community all be behind all of these people with difficulties. And they made remarkable advances. Now, had I thought about that beforehand? Absolutely not. And there were other solutions as well, other things that people were doing that just were exciting. And even for this year, I've discovered already a few that are, what? What are you doing? Wow, that's really interesting. I don't want to talk about them yet because this is still the early phases. We don't have their full applications. We just have partial applications. And so we'll have to wait till we get the end, which will be June 30th, where the judges all come in and look at it. And because what we look for is not just what you're doing. You must have evidence that what you're doing is good. And what we've done is we've expanded it. It used to be just early career people. But now we've said, well, we want to reward these groups of educators who are teaching people how to do this. They don't get any money, but they get listed as these are people who are really good at teaching you how to do humanity-centered design. And they have to have evidence too. And it's not the curriculum or their faculty. It's how many of your graduates are now doing this kind of work in the field, or maybe in other institutions teaching people. And then we said, well, there are lots of companies that are doing good too. Is there some way we can give organizational recognition? And we're starting now to say, You know, we see that these three different projects, they all came from the same parent company. So maybe we should give the parent company an organizational recognition. And we're starting to bring in industry because industry has the finances to actually do a lot of this good. But we want to make sure we only talk to people that are actually doing ethical, good things for society. But surprisingly enough, we're finding more and more companies that are doing that. And so we're having really good, we just started this just about 2 months ago. And so, but we're already having really interesting discussions with many companies that are saying, yeah, we believe in trying to help the communities in which we exist. So you see, it slowly builds up, but in ways that we never expected, we never planned. And it's just this is the most important thing I've ever done in my life. And although it's a tremendous amount of work, it's a more than full-time job. It's incredible. It's like 90 hours a week, I think I spend on it. But it's all wonderful and filled with surprises and filled with delightful surprises. So yeah, we encounter all sorts of new things because you get innovative people from all around the world who do things that are really great, and you never would have thought of it because you don't live in that part of the world. You don't understand their issues. Wow.
Thank you so much. It's so inspiring. Do you sleep ever? Because it seems that you don't have time for sleeping and you don't
No,
have.
actually, one thing that's really important in my life is my life. So therefore, my wife and I, we try to eat healthy food. We try to keep to a standard schedule, which is we can do that when we're at home. It's difficult while traveling. I try to get, as I tell people, I try to get 8 hours sleep a night. Except sometimes, as at my age, it takes me 9 or 10 hours to get those 8 hours of sleep, and I try to get exercise. So on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I try hard not to have anything in the morning because I do a 3-hour exercise routine where I stretch for 30 minutes. I then take a walk, but it's a walk at 2.5 to 3 miles, which is about 5 kilometers, and a climb. I live on steep hills, so I go up and down about a 400-foot climb. That's about 150-meter climb 3 times a week. And then after I come back, I then go to a weight room and I lift weights for 30 minutes. That's essential to my health. And so I violated the rule today. I'm here speaking to you, and I was up at 6 a.m. instead of, well, actually, today is a Friday. It was yesterday I violated the rule because I had to meet with other people. Because when you work across time zones, you're sort of stuck. When I go to Asia and Europe, I almost always have to do it early in the morning. But yeah, I have to take the time to stay healthy because, yes, it's a lot of time, but it's what allows me to do all these other activities.
Thank you so much for doing that. And just to finish, I think that it will be really logical. We have huge audience today. There are about 5,000 registrations we gathered, and there are plenty of designers. Actually, it's design conference. How can we help you? What is your request for 5,000 designers who are watching us? How can we help you?
I would rather say, how can designers help, period? Because the goal is to make a better world. And so there are many, many small organizations around the world that are working on this. So join up with them and help them. Joining up with us, no. Right now, actually, because we have a very small staff right now and we're overwhelmed with the activities that we're trying to accomplish. So what we are talking about is trying to find a network. We're talking to a bunch of other organizations that are doing similar work to form a network where we share ideas, but we're trying hard to make this network work so it doesn't increase the workload for any given organization or the costs. So I think the best thing for each individual designer is wherever you live, you probably can find groups of people that are trying to do good for the community. Join with them. What we need is if we get hundreds and thousands of small groups all doing good. And especially if we can form a network so they can all know about each other and share ideas, that's where the power will be. So don't join us. Don't join the one that's most convenient from where you live, where you can make a real difference.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. From my side, I will think the lead of newborn projector global community. I will think how can we implement this task into all the communities all over the world, and how can we be helpful to the society. Thank you so much for being so inspirational, and thank you so much for all the stuff you are doing and your
No, thank
energy.
you, Mike. And you keep calling upon me, and I'm always happy to oblige. So yes, because I wish you well.
Thank you so much. Thank you all who were listening to that. I think that it was wonderful. We will meet in 10 minutes. Many thanks to Don Norman.
Thank you, everybody.
Whew, are you tired as I am? But I can say that it's tired. It's like it's fun tired. I really like all the information which we heard. I think that we have a lot of fun today, at least me. So unfortunately, I'm sorry that I'm so selfish. I'm talking just about my fun, but I hope that you like all the event as well. But last but not least, I would like to introduce our beautiful speaker, Rupa Chaturvedi, who will be talking about AI. We already spoke about AI a bit, but I think that more angles to talk about this topic, I think that is better. Rupa, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Mike. Such a pleasure being here. Thanks for having me, everyone. Amazing. So I am sharing my screen. I hope everyone can see it.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So folks, I'm going to kick off with a quick introduction. So tell you who I am and why I'm here. And then we can touch upon a few topics that I would like to share with you today. You have had a pretty stellar group of folks who are sharing their insights and experiences. And I'm super stoked to be here amongst them and sharing my learnings as well as what I believe my outlook is for the future of designers with this whole AI first world. So let's just jump in. Very quickly, my name is Rupa Chaturvedi. I spent the last 20 years in tech, mostly as a product designer, UX designer, but last 10 plus years or so at the intersection of emerging technologies. And it's a very wide spectrum of technologies I've had the opportunity to work in, from machine learning to computer vision that includes augmented reality, virtual reality, and then voice, non-voice, conversational interfaces, a pretty broad, spectrum of user-centered applications that touch upon these technologies and create something that is useful and meaningful to the end customer. I also hold 18 plus patents in this space, mostly on the UX design side. I'm a product design graduate from Stanford University and currently the founder of Human-Centered AI Institute, which I founded last year to make AI education and AI consulting and learning accessible to designers. I teach a flagship course on Maven as well. And I'm also a CPG food company founder called Vibe Snacks. So really interesting, spectrum of activities that I'm involved in. My past experience includes several startups, mostly AI pioneers, but also recently at Uber and then Amazon and Google. So I worked with both large companies and small startups. And currently, I'm a lecturer at Stanford University. I teach at Reforge and Maven, and I also support the startup community. So with that said, let me just talk a little bit about, what have we seen, at least what I have seen in the last 10 plus years or so, right? So I've worked across different interfaces, different user experiences that involve users accessing AI capabilities, advanced AI technologies. Some of them include voice-based interfaces, which is a very different paradigm when it comes to UX, but not having a screen at all, not having anything to touch or see, and be able to interact with an advanced AI system using your voice alone. It's pretty radical if you really think about it. And then, Alexa was one of the pioneers in this space, and we worked on several different applications that involved Alexa, voice, non-voice, chat, multimodal. You can think of different variations that come to your mind. And then visual AI, which we call computer vision or vision AI. Right now, it's the cool new word, vision AI. So where users interact with AI without having to say anything or type anything, they're just providing a visual input. They're providing a photograph, a picture, or even the world. They're scanning the world with the camera and providing the computer the input and saying, this is the output I'm looking for. So different ways that the end user, the average consumer, can interact with AI and how they can get some output or some value out of AI. And that's how I think of AI is the different modalities in which the end user interacts with AI. Most recently, I've also worked with LLMs and generative AI, a lot more vision AI coming up. So you can, look at so this is a select name of companies where I have taught professionals, both product managers and designers. And the list goes on. Right now, it's about 1,200 people that I have trained in the last 2 years. So why are we talking about AI? One, a lot of folks feel like this is very new and exciting and the future. And it is so for various reasons. Number one, there's a significant economic impact that is riding on this wave, right? So McKinsey Global Institute estimates that AI could be a $13 trillion economy, net new incremental economy opportunity for AI-driven applications and adoption across the globe. That is pretty significant, and everyone wants a pie of this, wants a share of this pie, and so you will see a lot more people investing in AI going forward. But having said that, what we're also seeing is that there is a gap. Not everyone has the experience or the skill set. And so while 70% of business leaders believe that AI is going to significantly impact their companies, they are sold, they are making the investments, there are only 25% or even less of employees in those companies who believe that they have the skills, they have the ability to deliver on this, right? So that's a huge gap, a huge chasm we are experiencing across the world right now. Very recently, in just the last 2 weeks, we saw a couple of leaders talk about new jobs that are being opened up that are all AI specific. So while we are feeling that AI is taking away our jobs or replacing us as humans, it's also opening up net new opportunities, and it is going to widen the skill gap. So that's something to think about, is how can you get ready as designers, design leaders in this very fast-paced changing environment, and how can you not fall into that chasm where you're not ready for what's coming and you're not being part of the workforce that is ready for being ready for implementing and adopting AI applications. So what we know about AI today is, one, the industry has lowered the barrier to entry. So OpenAI, Google, Amazon, you think about whoever, they have made it so easy for companies to implement AI. You take an API, you take a chat box in a box, put it together, slap it on a computer and there on a website, and there you go, you have an AI-enabled application, right? Industry adoption has been significant in the last couple of years. Now, AI is not new. A lot of us have worked on AI tech for a very long time, some of them even a couple of decades before. So we've been, romancing with AI for a very long time, but this time it feels very different. It feels like AI is here to stay. There is deeper integration in the technology stack. There's deeper integration in the application stack. Every day there's a net new cool use case for AI that you hear, and people are using it in everyday lives. When you see that level of deeper penetration, you know that this is no longer a hype or a fad. This is here to stay. And industry is, adopting it with a very voracious appetite. So you look at your everyday life, from very extreme and more mission critical applications like border control, immigration, to your social media feed, to how Google autocorrects your spellings, the ads you see, the search experience you have, how you navigate. Everything is powered with AI today, and it is only going to get more and more AI enabled. And we also see that AI is enabling this bridge, this connection between the physical and the digital. So what we expect to see going forward is a lot more digitized, robotic, mechanical devices that are going to form a connection or potentially replace the human need. So look at drones that are delivering your pizza or medicines at home, or autonomous cars that are driving you around in place of taxis, and robots that are showing up in elder care or in hospitals to provide companionship. So we are seeing, another explosion of, robots and mechanical devices like these that are bridging the gap between what's physical and what's real for us. And that's something we should start preparing for, not only as designers, but also as end users. You will see a lot of these type of devices appear in your personal life as well. And then AI is becoming a persona for us in almost every facet of our lives. So it is getting more and more real, more and more personal. Your DJ is now an AI from Spotify. Your homework helper is an AI. Your tutor might be an AI. So there is a lot of this personification of AI, which is replacing a human or a real person. That's the general trend we see, is folks are trying to create a marketing assistant with AI. They're trying to create a productivity assistant, so on and so forth, right? So there is a huge explosion of AI applications that are filling a gap in your personal life, whether you are working it at an individual level, at a company level, at an enterprise level. We are finding all these opportunities as to where can AI become a helper, an assistant, a co-pilot in our lives. But not all is, hunky-dory in the world of AI. With all of this explosive growth and adoption and all these cool applications being created, there remains a huge question mark. Will AI deliver ROI, return on investment? Will AI deliver to its promise, right? And we see some significant gaps today. One of them is Alexa. I would just call out an example where, 10 years of investments in Alexa, it was pretty much a radical experience. You being able to talk to a computer device and make it do very complex tasks by just speaking as if you're speaking to another human being. So very cool tech, very radical, very advanced technology. And what users wanted to use this device or this technology was for listening to music or setting up reminders or asking what time it is in Ukraine right now, whatever it is, right? What the company Amazon, who launched Alexa, wanted to do was, hey, you need to shop, you need to make more purchase decisions, you need to buy more stuff because that's what Amazon stands for. And that created a bit of a disconnect between how user mental model of using that technology looked like versus what the company's mental model of how they wanted the technology to be used by the end users. And this story is not limited to Amazon. We see these stories over and over again, with AI becoming near magical in its capabilities. If you are like me and you have your LinkedIn post where almost every technology leader is talking about how AI is going to replace human cognition or human creativity by X number of years, we keep hearing all these narratives, and then we see that AI needs to do a lot more than what it is doing right now. The way we are shipping AI experiences, the way we are designing and building, it creates this gap between user expectation and what we are promising, the narrative that the industry is shaping around. It also is creating a misalignment between what users want to use it for, what they see the good way of adding value to their everyday life versus how we are seeing it. And I think that's the gap that designers can fill today, is being able to identify how can we drive alignment between user mental models, user expectations, and what this technology has to offer. What problem is it solving for the users? So what does this mean for people like us, designers mostly, who are shaping the future of AI? I feel like design is a bit slow to the party. It has been a bit late to this party, but I feel like we are very well positioned to shape the future of AI, to build these AI applications that not only drive value for users, but deliver value for the stakeholders, the businesses, and society in general. So we have not just, it is not just a privilege, but it's a huge responsibility for us to show up to these conversations, to show up to these opportunities, and shape it for the greater good and be the champions of users that we have always been, right? Another thing to think about is, what has happened in the last couple of years, the way we have worked in AI. Yes, a lot of us have worked in AI for a very long time, but it used to be something that was, invisible to us. It was behind the scenes. All the tech gurus used to work on it, and it magically showed up some insights, some numbers, some data. So it was all about retrieving data or insights for many applications. What has happened going forward, or with this whole advent of generative AI, is we are taking away the middleman, the barrier between the actual technology and the user. We are taking that middleman away and letting the user interact directly with AI and generate whatever output they seem appropriate for them or that meets their need. And that's a huge shift as we think about how this technology is going to be utilized by the end user, and how the mental model of what AI can do or what role it plays, where it shows up in the application stack. All of these are about to get appended, and you can see a lot of these applications that you use on a daily basis. ChatGPT is one popular one, but you can see a lot of emerging technologies are letting users directly interact with the AI to generate whatever output they want. Basically, if you boil down AI design and AI user experience, It's a lot about the input the user provides and the AI, the output that the AI provides to that user. So it's about designing that input-output mechanism, and we are getting away. We need to get out of the way, and let the AI and the user interact with each other effectively. We talked a little bit about user expectations and all these narratives that are shaping our world today as to how AI is just going to replace humans in terms of creativity, cognitive capabilities, and automate the heck out of everything, right? So what is our expectation as the average person? We expect AI to be super intelligent, right? It needs to be able to do complex tasks, understand a lot of the complexity around the way we do things. And we can't have AI that sounds like it's not able to conduct basic tasks. It needs to have a lot of contextual awareness. So if I'm asking, hey, what's the time right now? I expect that it understands I'm based in San Francisco, I'm asking the time. It needs to have some context around it. We are expecting a lot more understanding and meaning that AI would pick up from our interactions. Very recently, OpenAI and Microsoft, they both demoed their voice capabilities, which is showing a much more higher level of not just understanding and meaning, but also emotional awareness that AI is expected to understand of the user. So if I'm speaking to ChatGPT voice or Copilot from Microsoft and using the voice, and if I'm sounding low, if I'm sounding down, the AI will pick up on that. If I'm sounding super excited and ready to go, the AI is going to pick up on my emotional state. So we are adding more and more layers of what we expect the AI should understand. Not only what we are saying, but what's the meaning of what we are trying to say and what emotional state we are in. So it's nothing short of magical experiences. We expect AI to be intelligent, to just know where we are, what we are doing, what our context is, and also how we are feeling. And that's a pretty high standard when it comes to user experiences. Traditional UX has always been about the designer thinking through a very well thought through user experience, which is very organic, very linear, and preempted all the different steps the user has to take. You define your wireframes, you click through prototypes, and everything works for you. When it comes to AI UX, it's a lot more organic. It is very non-linear. It is very non-deterministic. It is unpredictable. And that makes it very challenging for designers. So as you think about how you want to make this transition, what are the skills that you as a designer need to understand or develop, right? One of them is getting familiar with this nature of AI UX, getting familiar with how non-deterministic, preemptive UXs work. And the bottom line there, the foundation would be to think of it as logic, getting more and more comfortable with logic. If user does this, AI needs to do this. If the AI output is this, the user can do this, this, and this. And you keep building on top of this. Think of it as Lego blocks that you're putting together and enabling this seamless experience. It requires a very different mindset shift. I wouldn't say so much of skill set shift. What I have seen so far is a lot of our existing skill sets, the artifacts we have used, the design process we have used, still applies to AI experiences. What we need is a bit of a mindset shift to adapt to this new way of doing things, to be able to use our artifacts and repurpose them, improvise them, so that we can align with how AI design needs to happen, how AI user experiences need to manifest itself. And so if we have some basic building blocks like understanding that AI design is a lot about input-output, right? I think you can get a head start in terms of thinking about how to design that experience. No matter what you're designing, whether you're designing conversational experiences, you're designing agentic AI, you're designing co-pilots and assistants, these type of frameworks remain the same. If you are thinking about how to design non-deterministic experiences, a visualization of this flow of, hey, users can take multiple paths as they interact with AI, and the AI output needs to adapt to these paths that the user is taking, and we should enable the user to be able to go in whichever direction they want in the most natural, intuitive way that's natural to them. I think that's a good mental model, a mindset shift to think about is how do we move from this very linear, very structured, UX approach to this very organic, non-linear, unpredictable type of an approach. That's something that will help set you up for success, is what kind of capabilities and skills you need to have as a designer to get ready for this world. That is it looks a bit chaotic and looks a bit hard, if you ask me, in terms of how do we even do this, but that's where the world is headed towards. So what I anticipate is if this is where AI tech is going, and if designers are ready to step up and take on the role of designing for these unpredictable user journeys, what I foresee is that in near future, I don't think this is too far away, each user is going to have their own unique user journey. And so what that means is that, going back to what I was saying, user A might decide that I want to use this technology to go and follow these paths. I'll just use shopping as an example. I want to research different products and be able to compare them. User B is going to use the same technology, the same interface, the same UX to say, I already know much about what I'm looking for. I want to get responses to my questions. I want to know what other people are saying, etc. Right? Folks using the same interface for completely different use cases and following their own paths. And so what we expect is that no two users are going to follow the same path, because their needs and their expectations are very different. And what does the designer do in this situation? What's the role of the designer? My perspective on this is that our roles are going to shift away from actually creating the interfaces, the UI, the pixels, and we're going to take the role. They're going to take on the role of training humans how to interact and understand AI, and training the AI how to understand and interact with humans. And take a moment to let that sink in. That's how I see our roles evolving as designers, is being the trainers, being the enablers, folks who are going to empower and get out of the way, so that the humans and the AI can have a seamless, cohesive, and very intuitive experience together, interacting with each other. And that's something to really think about. How do you see yourself adopting to this new shift, and what skill sets you need? How do you go about getting prepared for this future that we are expecting? And this is only going to get more cooler, if I may say so, and a lot more complex going forward. So the way we used to design our traditional web apps, our mobile apps, it's going to add a lot more complexity to those processes and those layers. So number one, we will see a lot more emotional awareness expected and inbuilt into the models that we are interacting with, and expectations that the interfaces will be emotion responsive. So you can take a look at some of the Copilot demos. You can just Google up Copilot demos, and you will see what Microsoft is demonstrating is, based on the voice alone, the AI is able to pick up on the state of emotion that the user is in. And then it adapts its tone, adapts its responses based on that. You could expect, camera-based experiences that are looking at you and seeing that you're stressed or frowning or very excited and energetic or whatever. You can expect wearables to play that role as well. And we will see more and more of these, emotional, responsive interfaces and experiences in the future. We talked a little bit about personalization, and that is what I believe is a foundational expectation from AI. Users expect that AI needs to have context and understand, what I need. If you were to set the expectation with the user that this is your personal AI assistant, it is going to help you find the perfect meal plan for your everyday dietary needs, example, right? Then I expect that personal nutritional assistant to understand what my dietary restrictions are, what my allergies are, what I like to eat, what I don't like to eat, how many calories I like to consume, blah, 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 right? So if you are setting the expectations that this is your personal assistant, this is your co-pilot, and even when you go a little further into agentic AI, where AI is going to automate everything and you don't have to lift a finger, that's a scary world. Is how will AI know what my needs are, what my expectations are? How do we trust AI to just go and do what it needs to do, right? I think that's something that users are opening up to a lot more. We are waking up to this call that we need to think a lot more responsible, a lot more ethical, and put users in the center of it. And personalization is that one area that opens up this can of worms around where is the line drawn between privacy versus deep personalization? Where does it get creepy and uncanny for the user versus truly adds value and makes their life better? I think that's something to think about. But what I'm trying to say here is personalization will also make the overall design process a lot more complex. And we need to be prepared for dealing with this level of ambiguity and complexity. And then another area that seems to be emerging and will have a huge impact on design as well as user experiences is going to be multimodal. So thinking about multiple input mechanisms. So think about text input, think about chat, think about voice, think about camera that you can show your camera and provide what inputs you're looking at, gestures. So you've seen Meta Quest, you've seen Apple Vision Pro, Google Glasses. There's a lot of this multimodal stuff, that is emerging. Even if you don't think of these very future forward use cases like Apple Vision Pro, you see what ChatGPT is doing, or tools like Midjourney is doing right now, is you are able to upload images and text at the same time. You're able to speak using voice and upload something and say, here's what you need to look at. And AI has to process multiple inputs. OpenAI also launched a model, I think, where you could just tell it to take over your computer and look at different websites and go find something for you. All of these will become more and more multimodal. You're telling the AI, do you see what I'm seeing? That's a very complex form of input for the AI to process and for the user to process. But what's more complex is for the designer to design that experience. Multimodal is basically AI seeing the world as we see it. Emotion responsive will be more as AI experiencing the world as we experience it, the way we feel it. And then personalization is just knowing, what we know. And those are borderline going to get creepy, uncanny in some ways, but also unlocks so many opportunities and so much value for the end user. Some of these capabilities that I'm talking about don't seem to be limited to B2C or consumer applications. We are seeing emerging applications on the enterprise side as well, on the more industrial level as well. And so you will see that this spreads across multiple types of industries and verticals. Excuse me. This is all very exciting, super cool, and very whole new world for us to uncover. But when we really look under the hood, what I've seen, I've mentioned to you, working with thousands of professionals in the industry across both small and large companies, we are seeing that this whole fast-paced evolution of the technology is also creating a lot of challenges. Now, challenge number one that is top of mind for me being a designer is that one, the design industry or the design function is not set up for success. We have not been set up to adopt to this changing environment, be prepared, be skilled, and be able to deliver and get ahead of the curve, because we do want to put our humans in the center of it. We want to take a human-centered approach. We want to even think about a societal impact of what we are doing, the implications of the decisions we are making. And in no ideal world, that would be a tech alone decision, right? So that's something that we need to think about. But beyond looking at the broader societal implications, I think application layers where companies are implementing AI and where you are going to be part of a team that is building and designing AI applications. One of the biggest challenges we see is that companies, no matter which size or what brand you're talking about, I've seen and heard from multiple teams, the biggest challenges they run into is identifying what is the right use case, what's the right application. And while there's tremendous opportunity with the technical capability, there are also challenges with AI. And we touched upon a few in terms of how do we secure the privacy of data of the users, ownership of the data that is being used in training these models, for example, or how do we apply AI responsibility. One end of the spectrum seems like sustainable practices. The other is just basic ethical practices in terms of bias mitigation, fairness, representation in these models. So you see all of these challenges with AI and the insane amount of opportunities that lie at our doorstep. And finding that balance, juggling these two, is a pretty real and hard problem to solve right now. Almost every team I know is trying to figure out how to find the intersection of this opportunity and also work around these challenges. Some companies have done a phenomenal job. If you have read recent articles around the company called Anthropic, which is trying to stay in the middle of this responsible AI, but also build a pretty solid space for itself in the AI world and do it with the soul, do it in a responsible, ethical way. There are some companies that are really driving leadership in this area. Microsoft has taken a lot of steps in this space as well. But if you take the societal or the general industry level challenges and bring it down to your individual level, you will also struggle with the same thing as you're working with your product managers and engineers and identifying the right use cases and how to balance responsible practices versus the insane capability that AI has to offer. And the other thing to think about, again, is for every great success story that you read, billions of dollars of valuation with AI, systems out there, and what OpenAI, Google, Amazon, all of these companies are talking about billions of dollars of valuation almost overnight. That's all very cool and sexy. But what's happening at the user level? We are also not hearing about, for every successful startup or successful AI application, there are 99 failed applications or failed startups. Even in large companies, there are initiatives that they launch and they don't work out. And why that happens is because there is lack of adoption. There are users that are solving their problems today with current solutions. There is always something that exists today. And what we are saying is that you, Miss User, Mr. User, drop what you're doing and adopt this new solution we have created because it's AI. It's cool, it's sexy, it's the new thing. You need to be dropping everything you're doing and adopting this new way of doing things. It might require you to do things differently because we've created this chatbot, and why not? Everyone's creating the chatbot, so we have done the same thing. And instead of using your analytics dashboard or your web application, we need you to talk to AI and engage with this back and forth conversation. And that behavior change for the user is very hard. It's harder if you have not thought through their needs, their expectations, their mental models, and you've just slammed this AI-enabled experience on them and expecting them to just adopt it, right? So behavior change, adoption is one of the core challenges we are seeing. And unless you're offering significant value to the user, you're truly solving a problem. We are not seeing that behavior change happen. We're not seeing adoption the way it needs to happen. And so for every successful story that you hear on LinkedIn or the internet, there are hundreds of stories that didn't make it, that didn't see the success. I've seen just recently a couple of startups that raised millions of dollars in funding and then go bankrupt the next day. There's so many such stories cycling through that don't make it to the limelight. But the real story here under the hood is maybe this choice of where the AI capability or opportunity is and where it meets user needs or where it is done in a responsible way. That intersection was not being thought through, and not thinking about how the user is going to adopt and make this behavior change was not thought through. And so you don't see that adoption. So going back to what I was talking about, alignment, not aligning with user needs, not aligning with their mental models, not taking a human-centered approach is creating a huge chasm of adoption from an AI perspective. What does lack of adoption do? It does not drive ROI. It does not deliver on business KPIs. It does not deliver on the return of investment for investors. And so that becomes a pretty significant challenge as well. So for us to think through how to enable this behavior change, how to think through adoption is a significant part of what the designer's role is going to be going forward. We are not only going to shape the UI interface, the elements, or the overall UX, we're going to think about adoption. Why will the user drop their current solution, how they are doing things today, and adopt this new solution that we are designing? So the one thing that I would like you to take away, if you want to take a few core takeaways from here, is thinking of adoption as you are designing your AI applications, and talking with your product managers, your stakeholders, and identifying how are we going to measure adoption? How are we going to think about the core metrics we are defining to be able to measure whether users are adopting this new capability we're offering or not? And being able to understand that, invest in understanding how does your company measure this, and how you can move the needle through your amazing design is something that you want to definitely get ahead of. So many times we have seen, and I can't see you all, but maybe you can acknowledge the fact that many times when we work in tech companies, startups, large companies, irrespective of that, we see the concept of MVP. The MVP basically is whatever we can ship, depending on how much of engineering bandwidth we have in the next couple of weeks. So the product manager can quickly show that we move the needle on this metric. That seems to be the typical way MVPs are designed and shipped in many tech companies. With AI, we need a bit of a reframe there. We need to think about MLPs, minimum lovable products. And that's another AI paradox, is how to think about the scope that we are shipping that truly adds value, that becomes a lovable experience, that the user is willing to drop their current solution, make that behavior change, and that can deliver ROI to our stakeholders, to our businesses, right? That's a lot to think about, but with AI, that comes with the territory. That's the massive paradox that we are struggling with. So here's a framework that I have seen that seems to have worked in many different scenarios. I teach this framework to a lot of my students. They go apply it to their real life scenarios, and they've come back and told me that this works almost every single time. So I want to break this down for you for a minute. So understanding the core jobs to be done for the user. So what is the user trying to accomplish? What are their goals? And how do they do that today? Mapping that user journey so that you have a deep understanding of what is the user journey looking like today? How does their world look like today? What is the pain point? Where are the challenges? Are there multiple stakeholders that are interacting with each other in this core journey, right? Is that where the problem is? Does it take too many steps for the user to accomplish something? Does it take too much time? Are there too many dependencies, et cetera, et cetera? So when you define a solid user journey map and flesh out the core jobs to be done, you will have a deep understanding of how the user is going through the motion in their real life and where those bottlenecks are or where the pain points are. Then you want to think about AI capabilities, and AI capabilities, you don't want to think of AI as a single tech. You want to think of it as a collection of multiple technologies that are collectively known as artificial intelligence. And each of these capabilities, each of these technologies offers some capability for you to take advantage of for your user. You could be using NLP, you could be using computer vision, you could be using OCR, you could be using generative AI, you could be using vision AI. All of these different technologies solve a specific purpose. They offer a specific capability for the user to complete their task. So mapping that AI capability, what AI capability is best suited for us to help this user accomplish their job to be done, to meet their needs, to be able to address their friction or the pain points in the current user journey. That's a good starting point. And I'm surprised how so few teams end up doing this exercise, but it unlocks a lot of insights for the team. So do it with your product and engineering team, or do it yourself and go back to your teams. You will unlock so many alignment issues with the team dynamics. You will also get everyone on the same page as to where should we find AI opportunities in our user journey. Where is this the right moment to introduce AI? Will it offer enough value to the AI so they're willing to make that behavior shift? It's a great way to get everyone on the same page and get a conversation started, so that you don't end up investing in engineering resources, shipping the product, and realize nobody wanted this in the first place. So that's a very good starting step for a lot of teams to get a little bit ahead of the curve and set yourself up for success. The third step would be thinking about integration or manifestation. where does the UX manifest itself in the experience? Where does the AI manifest itself in the user experience? So are you thinking about completely replacing the current solution and offering an AI first experience? Are you thinking about an experience that looks like a co-pilot that coexists with the current experience, and AI and the current experience are integrated but provide two different interfaces? So if you look at many of the LinkedIn or many enterprise applications, they have a side panel and they are coexisting AI with the current solutions. And that gives the user a lot more agency, a lot more choice as to whether they want to interact with AI or not. If they see value, they want to make that shift. And if they don't, they always have the existing solution to fall back on. That's a very smart way to drive new user experience onboarding and then make that adoption happen. Or you might also think about, I don't need to completely change the current experience. I can just embed AI where it makes sense, intelligently, contextually, so that user can take advantage of the feature. And Notion is a great example of this implementation. I'm a huge fan of how they have done this, where you're finding AI applications sprinkled in the everyday task that you're doing without even making it feel like this is a whole different way of doing things, right? And so that's one way to think about it. So how does AI manifest itself in your user experience is a conversation you want to have upfront, even before writing your PRD, even before starting to design your marks. That'll save you a lot of churn down the lane. And last but not the least, we touched upon this a little bit. Where are you offering incremental value to your users so that they're willing to adopt this new solution the way you have thought about it, right? The way you have built it, are they willing to make this shift? And so it's upon you to make this experience super valuable, super intuitive, easy to use, and very, very exciting, very delighting, so that they're willing to switch on to this. Great example for that would be Perplexity. For many, many years, almost decades, we all have been conditioned to search using keywords. So we would go to Google search, we'll type a keyword, and then we will have to browse through hundreds, if not thousands of search results and find what we're looking for. We almost thought that's how search needs to be done. And then Perplexity comes along and changes the way we should be searching for information. And you see how every day Perplexity CEO posts, number of new users that are using Perplexity, how many number of new queries, almost making people feel like, why were we using Google in the first place? This is a whole different way to search for information, right? It is reliable, it's trustworthy, it is something that we can count on. It saves a lot of time. It gives us what we're looking for in a contextual way. So people are willing to drop what they have been doing for decades, if not years, to try on this new experience, which came out of nowhere. It's super young, it's super new, but we feel like this is totally worth making that behavior change. So how are you thinking about the Perplexity in your use case where people are willing to drop Google search to make that switch? And there's so many such examples where companies have successfully deployed AI applications and enabled that shift from the current solution. So value is super important. Either you're reducing friction for the user or you're offering incremental value. So this is a great framework to think about addressing some of these challenges we talked about in terms of why do we need AI in the first place? If we are building an AI application, what should we build? And then how do we get started with an MLP scope? So hopefully that was insightful and helpful to you. Feel free to take a screenshot, and if you want to dig deeper into this, you can always reach out to me, and happy to answer any questions. But that is basically what we had in terms of today's session. I think I'm done. I'll leave you with one last thought and insight. And Mike, I know we want to do some Q&A, so I'll just wrap up in a minute. For a lot of us, we are bombarded with AI courses, AI influencers, people talking about how AI is going to upend the world. I think a simple takeaway you could take from today's session is thinking of your own journey, of your own AI learning process as a spectrum, where the first end of the spectrum is you are AI aware. How do you get yourself familiar with AI technologies, what its capabilities and limitations are, how it is manifesting in different applications, how are people solving problems using AI? That's, to me, a table stakes for every designer, is to invest in learning this technology enough so that you understand it. Think of it as material. It's almost like clay that you're molding. You're going to start thinking of it as a material that you're going to design with. At the other end of the spectrum is AI capable, someone who can build and design AI applications. Where do you want to see yourself on this spectrum? What kind of skill sets do you need to get to become AI capable? And is that what you envision as your career path? And if you have questions around how do we get from AI aware to AI capable, feel free to ping me. You can reach out to Mike and he can forward my information or forward your questions. But I've gone through this journey myself many times over, and I've helped several students and designers work through this. So happy to address. But I leave you with this mental model of a spectrum and how you want to shape your own journey as a designer going forward. Awesome. With that said, I think we can leave a few minutes for questions, Mike.
Yes. Thank you so much. It's amazing. Actually, we are not locked in time because it's the last lecture, but I think that first of all, it's amazing. Thank you so much. You packed everything here into this lecture, from business to metrics to the design, and it's so interesting. Because I'm sorry, I wrote a few questions and you covered the answers to these questions during this session. That's why thank you so much. But just want to add, before we'll go to the questions from the audience, I would like to add one idea. Recently, we had one course, and I decided to make some experiment at this course. And besides some lectures, workshops, webinars, I decided to put two panel discussion, not panel, just discussion rooms to this course. And some alumni of our institute, they know we can't live without homework. That's why I decided, in any case, even after discussion room, there should be some homework. And the homework was to write some essay about what did they think about, what did they some conclusions. And one of these discussion rooms was about AI. And I think that it could be really cool home task for all of our visitors today. After all we heard about AI, about the thoughts which we heard, just think about that without AI. It's really important. Don't think that with ChatGPT, but by your own. Think about some essay and maybe publish it on your LinkedIn, share it with some other people, because I think that it will be really interesting for them. We are designers, and as we spoke today, we're responsible for that. And also it will help us not only to listen and forget all the information what we got, but also to mix it with our feelings, our thoughts, and maybe some solutions and thoughts which we can share and can be useful for other people. Think maybe it could be a cool idea. Thank you so much. It was really interesting. Let's cover a few questions. And sorry to all the visitors, because while we were here, the platform which we used, Metaverse, it just dropped all the servers. I just check it every single minute, and none of the servers they work, none of the platforms, none of the locations work. So it's not only our problem. Unfortunately, it's like that, but it's really cool that we have this second option as YouTube. That's why people were watching us on YouTube. So we have the questions from YouTube, and actually really interesting questions I should mention. What? No. Where is that? Did traditional UX metrics still apply when AI generates user experience? How should we evaluate AI-driven design?
Oh, what a wonderful question. Thank you for asking that. So here's what I've seen so far is, no matter how cool your AI solution is, business leaders, the company that you work with, your business leaders are going to evaluate that AI product with the same lens as they've been evaluating traditional products. So if you were measuring conversions, you were measuring weekly active users, you were measuring how much revenue this product brought us, all of those same metrics will still apply. So even if you get some leeway, some honeymoon period, I call it, to be able to launch something cool, you will still have to answer to your business leaders on the same metrics. In terms of UX, I think a lot of the core metrics will still apply. So it depends on what you're designing. Maybe in the case of conversational systems, there are some additional metrics you want to think about in terms of engagement, number of turns, drop-off rates, etc. but I think that you won't see much difference in the core overall metrics. You might have some nuanced metrics based on what you're designing. And the biggest difference lies in conversational systems versus non-conversational systems.
Very interesting. I really like this question. That's why you see that. That's why we have such an amazing answer as well. The second question is also really cool. I think that you will like it. How to merge traditional UX and AI UX instead of following exclusively one?
Interesting. That is a very insightful question. So the way I think about this is that you should not think of AI, traditional UX, all of that stuff. You want to think about what is your user's pain point, what's the problem you're solving. If that problem is solved best by the current solution you already have, don't overcomplicate it, right? But if you feel like by bringing in AI, we can reduce so many steps for the user, so much time we can reduce, we can get things done in seconds instead of days, that's where AI is shining. And then you should definitely use AI as a means to the end. You're not creating an AI application for the sake of it. You are doing it because it really adds value to the user. And you, designer, can fit it seamlessly into the current experience. It just should feel cohesive. The user doesn't really care which technology you're serving to them. They care about, can this application solve my problem? Can this app help me do what I want to do? AI or no AI? So I don't think we should be debating between traditional versus AI experiences. We should be thinking about, can AI add value? Let's bring it in. If it's not adding value, it's creating more friction for the user. Let's not do that.
Cool, thank you. Also, we have a part of our audience today is our researchers. That's why I think that it's also interesting question. Would it be possible? No, wait, sorry. What role do you believe UX researcher will play in a world where products are increasingly created with the help of artificial intelligence? And I think that in general, the question about researchers, how their life will change and what should they focus on during this AI era?
Yeah, some great questions, Mike. Thank you, everyone, for being so thoughtful. And it seems like you were all paying attention, so that's good to know. I think UX researchers will play a very critical role. I know we all think that, again, it's all the narrative around us. AI is going to replace us, AI is going to take us our jobs. But I hope what I shared today made you feel a lot more confident that we have a much more critical role, a much more deeper role to play than just, pushing pixels on the UI, right? We are more than that. And I hope that all of these topics I talked about, we have to level up in terms of our role being more than just people who are creating UI. We have to think about adoption. We have to think about metrics. We have to think about ROI. We have to think about how to enable AI and users to interact with each other, right? And that goes beyond just being what design is considered to be, which is pixel pushers. So as we move beyond that role, user research is going to play a very critical role in helping us unpack these mental models, helping us understand what are the user expectations. Is this new AI solution creating friction or not? So I believe researchers will continue to do what they are doing. I think they're a very critical part of any application development team, which is helping us understand foundational insights and learnings about our users, their behaviors, their needs, and then also helping us with testing and validating our hypothesis. And I believe you will continue to do that. You might end up using some AI tools to make your life better, but I don't think that your core role is going away.
Thank you so much. I totally believe that researchers maybe are becoming more valuable because currently we need just to focus on some new stuff which won't be on the top without the deep research. The last question, because we need to, I think that everyone is tired and you have to invite some people like to move to another place, as you said. So if AI will be, I think that it's like philosophical. That's why I would like to take it as at the end. If AI will be trained for emotions, does it mean that it can become emotionally intelligent?
Interesting. Yeah, I would say technically on paper, in theory, that makes sense, right? It will become emotional aware. And what we are doing right now is training AI to to pick on emotional cues across multiple modalities. So through our text, so we already have sentiment analysis. When you're writing reviews about a restaurant, AI can look at all of those reviews and kind of pick up on your sentiment already. It's now getting to understand sentiment in our voice. We are building AI chatbots. So if you haven't tried Pi, it's one of my favorite assistants. You go check it out. It is designed for empathy and emotional support, mental health support. Mental health is a massive area where companies are investing in building AI assistants and companions. Then we are building robots that will also be emotionally aware. So we are building ourselves an artificially emotionally aware world. And yes, these models will become emotionally intelligent as well. What that means from a societal perspective, I really don't know, honestly. But I do believe that we are definitely getting to that point.
Thank you so much. It was very interesting, very useful, very inspirational, and I hope that we already have few feedbacks that it was really an amazing event. I hope so because I was the first visitor of this, and we always work like that. Rupa, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much for your information and for your thoughts. I hope that it's not the last time when we see each other.
Absolutely, Mike. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, everyone, for joining. I hope you found this valuable. I'll see you around on the
Definitely.
internet. Bye.
Definitely. Thank you so much. And thank you all the visitors. Thank you for joining us today. It's the final moment of our event. I just want to remind you that in a while you will get the letters to your emails. They will be useful because there will be recordings of all the sessions. There will be some reminder. Also, it's really important to say that there will be the form for feedback. Please don't hesitate to and don't be lazy to fill it because you know us, we always try to do everything better. We know about our mistakes, but maybe you will point somewhere else, and we will just be doing something better and better with your help. And please be inspired and be active as you are now. Have a nice evening or day or whatever you have now. Ciao, ciao.